whenever they have the lighting, I want the Merry Christmas.
When we're done and stuff today, I have something done on this. So the best of stuff I was gonna give you for when we're going out there and stuff, you know, so
Oh,
it's not much, but anyway.
do we still get to go to the?
They're, they get another one come up and stuff, but that they'll let me know, so. But that's,
Are they doing another one anytime soon? Do you know?
it hit this, I don't know, so.
Right, we'll call this to order. Welcome to the March 18th, 2026 Mine Land Reclamation Board meeting. This is a hybrid meeting and we will start with taking attendance of the board members. Mr. Baker.
Here.
Doug Oren, are you here?
Oh, there he is.
Okay, Doug is here. Ms. Padilla?
Here.
Karn is
Here.
Stiegelmeier is here. Allison Tarrant,
Present.
thank you. And I believe absent today is Nell Warren. I am Jill Nelson and I am the chair of the meeting for today. So thank you for that. We will start with approval of the February 2026 minutes. Any comments on the summary of minutes handed out?
I vote to approve.
I second.
First and second, all in favor, say aye.
I
Opposed, same sign. All right, moving into the approval of continuances and withdrawals. There are none, so we don't really need, do we need to approve it? Moving right, there are no continuances or approvals today. So we'll go into the executive director's report. Ms. Padilla, would you please guide us through that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little bit of good news and then a lot of news about drought, which is not so good. So just staffing in the executive director's office. Good news is that Richard Fields has been selected as our chief operating officer and he started on Monday. And so very glad to have him. He was our HR director. He's been with us since 2022. Before that, he was with our Department of Personnel and Administration and Department of Human Services. And then before that, spent 10 years in the Solicitor General's office for the Department of Interior. So really happy for him. And he's coming up to speed on our fleet and our internal operations. So Cami will get to work more with Richard. Cami does a great job with DRMS's fleet. So very happy to say that. And then yesterday, Governor Polis activated the state drought task force. We have very low snowpack and obviously record warmth. And the drought task force is managed by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And their role is really to make recommendations on actions that the state, local governments and other entities can take in drought conditions. So they will be meeting to make those recommendations. The last time it was activated was 2020. And as you'll remember, 2020 did have quite a few wildfires as well. So we're just kind of preparing for that. Local governments are involved in committees on the drought task force. So we're keeping our local governments close and they're advising us and we're advising them. And just anything we can do with early planning now will help us this summer. So we expect potentially low reservoirs, low water flow. So, you know, for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, recreation on the water might be a lot less this year. So we're just preparing for all of that. With that comes wildfire risk. And what I'd like to talk about is, you know, really Colorado these days is kind of in a year-round wildfire season. We never know what month is going to give us wildfires. And we are very focused on planning, mitigation, and suppression, and we work closely with the Colorado State Forest Service, the Division of Fire Prevention and Control. And in addition, the CWCB's Wildfire Ready Watersheds program is a great resource to help communities plan for proactive work to reduce the negative post-fire impacts to watershed and critical water infrastructure. We also have the State Forest Service's Restoration and Fire Risk Mitigation Grant Program. And then our Executive Director's Office, Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. And we just announced that the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Program, which is at the State Forest Service, continuing to invest millions of dollars in statewide projects since 2017. And then CoSwap, our Strategic Wildfire Action Program, just announced projects around workforce development. And many of those projects are in local communities with the highest population and highest wildfire risk. So it's something we're kind of paying close attention to in concert with actions around the Drought Task Force. And as recommendations come out or as it progresses, I'll have more updates for you all throughout the year. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Daunting. Thank you for that. Now we'll move over to the division director's report. Mr. Cunningham, please.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'll start my update with a legislative update on our bill, House Bill 1112 for the underground injection control program for class 3 wells. I'm pleased to say that bill is moving forward nicely. We had our first hearing before the House Energy and Environment Committee on February 25th. We passed out of that committee, and then on March 2nd, we were before the House Finance Committee, and we also passed out of there. So the next step is House Appropriations before we go over to the Senate. Although I think we've got a little bit of a pause on it right now, just in terms of process. This will get picked back up after the long bill. So I'll just continue to provide updates, but things are moving along very nicely with our bill. Also wanted to just touch on tribal engagement for the board. One of DNR's strategic priorities is tribal engagement through the development of a tribal relations program. The goal is to cooperatively build capacity and further cultural understanding within and across DNR for consistent, meaningful, and sustainable engagement with the goal of facilitating lasting working partnerships. So one of the ways we work towards achieving that goal is DNR holds quarterly meetings with Southern Indian Tribe, and the first quarterly meeting will be held next week on March 26th, where the department will provide updates on the divisions, the work we're doing to protect our natural resources. And this is just a great opportunity to hear from tribal leadership and discuss ways we can continue to collaborate on our collective goals and priorities. Additionally, we'll be sending staff to the 3rd Annual Native American Mining and Energy Sovereignty Symposium that takes place in May 19th through the 20th in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The NAME Symposium will bring together tribes, federal and state government, industry, and academia to discuss the impacts of the industry's past in Indian country, consider pathways for healing, and explore possibilities for the future. Key topics at the symposium will include tribal workforce development, education pathways, infrastructure planning, mineral governance, energy portfolios, and the sovereignty and collaborative models that strengthen decision-making capacity and tribal sovereignty in Indian country. So we look forward to participating in those upcoming events. On the personnel front, last month, I let the board know that we were conducting interviews for an accountant 4 position, and I am pleased to let the board know that we have hired Colton Frady for this role. Colton comes to us from DOLA. He will be starting next week on March 23rd, and I'll make sure to bring him up to introduce him to the board at the April hearing. And the last update for the board this morning, last month, we mistakenly reported to the board that the hard rock and construction material rules effective date would be on March 10th. We missed a step in the process with the Colorado Secretary of State, and so that effective date is actually April 14th. But everything is in good shape and is moving forward, and staff is hard at work on the 110 reclamation only application, which is anticipated to be available for the public sometime in May. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there any sort of campaign to broadcast the new rules around the 5-acre sort of things?
Yes, we have a press release prepared that we're going to send out on April 14th to get the word out. I think certainly there's a lot of stakeholders that participated on the industry side that are aware. On Hard Rock in particular, construction materials, I think we maybe had a not as far of a reach in terms of the participation for stakeholders. So yes, that press release will be one of the tools we'll use to get the word out on this.
All right, any other questions? For Mr. Cunningham? Thank you very much. We will move into the consent agenda. Wow, the staff was busy. We have several items moved over, and this was just absolutely, I don't know about you folks, when you saw the email yesterday, it was like, wow, impressive. So just know that, so we do need to approve this agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve this very long consent agenda?
I motion to approve.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry, any discussions first?
We can approve all of them at once.
First, yep, it's just the agenda.
Right.
All right, so that takes us and vote. Everyone in favor of the approval of the consent agenda for this month?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, thank you very much for all the hard work. Wow. We will then move on to, let me get this right now. Just whip through that. Let's get into the formal hearing for file number M 2013-066. Is that right? Yeah, that's not our consent agreement. That is Arbolus, Sand and Stone, and you folks will be presenting for us. If we can have everyone who is going to speak to this, please raise their hand and swear to tell the truth.
I do.
All right, anybody on a couple of gentlemen online? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
You gentlemen online, if you would please state your name just for the record.
I barely hear you, but I'm here.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah,
Can you hear
Nathan.
us okay?
Steve, go ahead and identify yourself.
yes, I'm Steve Wright, owner of Arborlee Sand and Stone.
Okay, thank you. And
And I am Nathan Barton, the environmental engineer for Arborlee Sand and Stone.
okay, we'll start with the staff presentation and then follow with comments from you. Staff, take it away, please, and thank you.
All righty. Good morning. My name is Chris Girardi. I'll be representing the division in this formal hearing. This is consideration of Arborlee Sand and Stone. The operator's request for permit number M 2013-066 be reinstated, and a request for the board to vacate the demand for payment from Community Banks of Colorado. So this site was permitted as a construction materials 112C permit that encompasses 161.9 acres for sand and gravel. The post-mine land use was industrial commercial, and the existing bond was $98,585. Just a refresher, this for this permit, there was a north and a south area. The north area kind of more actively mined, and then on the south area kind of in final reclamation. So that's the current standing of the permit at this time. So a quick refresher for the board regarding this permit. Community Banks of Colorado, the financial warrantor for the operator, notified the division on September 23rd that their letter of credit would expire. The division subsequently sent an RTB letter to the operator and the financial warrantor and notice for the hearings in November and December of 2025. In the November 2025 hearing, the board found the financial warranty subject to forfeiture. After the December 2025 board hearing, the board found the operator, the board revoked the permit and ordered the financial warranty be forfeited. Now, on January 16th of 2026, the operator requested a reconsideration of the board order. And on February 27th, the division received a replacement financial warranty from the operator's financial institution that covers the required reclamation liability. And the division's financial assurance specialist confirmed that the replacement financial warranty was adequate.
Just 1 second, sorry, we just noticed that we're wrong. Your presentation forms being presented up here, so your notes, everyone's notes.
Looks good up here. Yeah.
Yeah. We can proceed if that's okay with you all. Yeah.
I saw that. Okay.
Did everybody online see it okay?
I can on.
Refresher for the board, the MLRB board order. The board did find the operator in violation for failure to maintain the financial warranty in good standing for the life of the permit. And the board found the financial warranty subject to forfeiture for failure to carry defaults under a performance warranty despite written notice of the default. And the board issued a civil penalty for 34 days of violation at $100 per day for total civil penalty of $3,400, with all suspended if the operator complied with the corrective action. Now, that was part of the November board order. After for the December board order, the board revoked the permit. The board confirmed its determination that the financial warranty should be forfeited pursuant to CRS 34-32.5. And the board ordered the financial warranty be forfeited and ordered the financial warrantor to immediately deliver all the amounts warranted. And the board also waived the $3,400 civil penalty assessed. Now, regarding the replacement financial warranty, so as we mentioned, the operator requested a reconsideration of the board order once an acceptable financial warranty was submitted. And then on February 27th, the division received the replacement financial warranty from the operator's financial institution that covers the reclamation liability, and that financial warranty is acceptable to the division. So staff recommendations. Staff recommends reinstatement of the permit pursuant to CRS 34-32.5-124, parent 6, parent B. The staff recommends that the rescindment of the board's order that the financial warranty be forfeited. And the staff recommends the rescindment of the board's order that all financial warrantors deliver all amounts warranted to by the board. And staff recommends that the cease and desist order be lifted from the November board hearing. Any questions?
Questions? What happened to the civil penalty?
We requested that it would be
The board already waived the civil penalty back in
Okay, that's
December.
right.
Yeah.
In December we did. Thank you. Approved. No questions? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the staff's recommendations?
I motion we approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Second. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. So the staff recommendations are approved unanimously. Thank you very much for the work. And thank you. I didn't let the operator speak. Thank you. Do you have any other statements? I am so sorry.
Steve.
Yes, I just want to thank the board for being considerate of my situation dealing with this financial institution. Bunch of people that obviously were incompetent about everything, and I just appreciate you working with me and getting this thing done.
Well,
And if I may add thanks as well to Steve's, the work that the division, that all the people did on that has been tremendous. And I realize it's taken a lot of time that could have been spent in many better things. So we very much appreciate that and the patience of the board. There is one thing I would like to note. As more and more banks that are local banks get absorbed and bought out by larger national or even multinational firms, we're finding it harder and harder for them to understand the procedures. And I know that Camille and Sarah in particular have been reaching out to try to explain that to banks, but it's going to be a issue that will not be able to be done away with for a long time, I'm afraid.
All right, thank you for that. And my apologies to you for not allowing you to speak earlier, but I think that this is good and good warning. All right. Moving on to the next board action is file number, thank you very much, M 2026-015, the Ellis Land Services LLC. Do we have staff that will be presenting for that?
Yes.
Yes, I will be Todd Jesse in the Grand Junction Field Office.
Okay, Todd and everybody else who is going to speak, if there's operators and other staff, please raise your hand and swear to tell the truth.
I do.
I do.
And could we have the name of the, from the operator side or for the public, could you state your name for the record too, please?
Ryan Ellis, and I'm the owner of Ellis Land Services.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right. Todd, would you please take us through this?
Sure. Can everyone see this screen that I'm sharing right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Todd Jesse. I'm an environmental protection specialist with the Grand Junction Field Office. The matter before you today involves Ellis Land Service, who filed an isn't mining form on 2.2 acres in Rio Grande County. And the reason for this hearing is in response to Ellis Mine Service LLC's request for a declaratory order for the removal and processing of stockpiled rock generated incidentally from potato farming activities. Brief timeline of events. On December 16th, Ellis Land Services submitted an is it mining form to the division. The division responded with a possible need for a state reclamation permit letter on January 21st, 2026. And then Ellis Land Services then submitted a request for a declaratory order from the Mineland Reclamation Board on February 6th, 2026. And based on the information provided, this project will provide a service to the landowner as well as a source of material for the operator, and therefore the division does not oppose the request for a declaratory order. I'll now pass it over to Ryan Ellis of Ellis Land Services, who will elaborate a little bit more on the request. And stop sharing my screen so he could share.
Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
Is that coming through okay?
You are.
Yep.
Okay, so this property is a potato farm near Del Norte, Colorado. Over the decades, it has, through the potato farming activities, built up stockpiles of the rock that's been removed from the cultivated portion of the field. And so in this picture, you can see this is what the typical piles look like. The rock is removed from the fields, put it in dump trucks, and then brought to the corners of the field outside of the cultivated area. And this is what the stockpiles look like. The landowner wants them gone. And if we can crush and screen, then it can be a sellable product. This particular farm is owned by Mitchell Family Farms. The person that I've been working with, his name is Clay Mitchell. It's located southeast corner of County Road 8 North and County Road 6 West. The legal description is the northwest quarter of section 30 of Township 40 North, range 7 east of the New Mexico Principal Meridian. So located about 5.5 miles east of Del Norte in Rio Grande County. And the current land use is potato farming. Through this operation, that wouldn't change. Where these stockpiles are located is outside of the cultivated area of the potato farm. And so these areas will just now be used for storing the farm equipment. It just won't have the piles anymore. The existing stockpiles are cobbles removed from the cultivated portion of the potato during the potato harvest and taken to the corners. Sorry, I've already said that. Over decades of farming, the stockpiles have grown and the need to manage to continue to allow rock removal. I think the farmers have told me they take about 30 dump truck loads out of the cultivated field each year. So the stockpiles continue to grow. And then one key component for this request is the stockpiles are no longer located in their natural occurrence. The natural occurrence is inside the cultivated field, and through potato farming, they take them out of their natural occurrence and stockpile them in the corners. The planned operation is to utilize these stockpiled cobbles for construction materials. There's approximately 10,000 tons located in 5 different stockpiles around this property. The operation would crush and screen the stockpiles to make sellable products. It would take about 2 weeks to do the processing. The crusher fines would be used for on-site road maintenance or return to the field. And that's assuming if the crusher fines don't have a market. But what I wanted to highlight is that there wouldn't be any waste products left after this operation because the crusher fines could be returned to the fields. This is a key component that no extraction would occur, and through the definition of extraction, which means the removal of construction materials or overburden from places of natural occurrence to surface locations. Since this material was already stockpiled as part of the potato farming activities, this activity would not cause any extraction. No chemicals will be used, no excavation below ground level. This would just be remove the stockpiles. And approximately 2.2 acres of stockpiles would be removed from this property. That's my last slide, and this is just another picture to show you that the cobbles are generally 1 to 8 inches. The material was fairly clean because when it's removed from the potato field, the soil remains, so it's cobble. Are there any questions?
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. How long, what's the period of time that it took to build that 2.5 acres of rock? Over what period of time is that?
I haven't gone back through historical aerial images, but as long as potato farming has happened on this property. So I would assume many decades, like 5 decades at least. But I don't know that answer for sure.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Russ Means for the division. I just want to make a clarification statement in that the division and stuff in that doesn't oppose the declaratory order because it's an agricultural project primarily, and the material and stuff developed is incidental. But the argument, we need to be clear and stuff in that the discussion and stuff about it not being in its natural position or whatever is a long going conversation and stuff that we do not agree with. So I want to be on the record as noting that while we support the removal of this material as incidental, we do not support the argument that it is now not in its natural.
Do not support what?
What's that?
Do not support what?
We don't support the argument and stuff that it is now not in its natural position. If you use that argument, then anybody that digs something up, as soon as it's in a stockpile, then it's not in its natural position. And that's something and stuff the division is long opposed as a definition, but we don't oppose this.
Okay.
But because it's an agricultural and it's incidental. So, but I wanted to go on the record to make sure that that is moving forward. That way nobody else can come in and have that same argument. Thank you.
Understood, good point. Makes sense to everyone on the board. All right. Staff, Todd, do you have a little bit more to finish, or were you done with your presentation as well?
No, I don't really have a whole lot more to add. I think, these projects, are valuable, and, like Russ said, we don't, oppose, a declaratory order, for this type of activity.
So let me make sure I understand this. So they do not need a permit to move this rock.
Well, so I think that's what we're asking you to decide. So,
Oh, okay.
What?
yeah, so normally, since the division does consider this like an agricultural incidental product, and normally if they were just using it on site, if they were just processing it and using it on their own property, they wouldn't need a permit. However, since the operation would like to sell this product, that's slightly different than what we normally do, and the division would feel more comfortable if the board made that decision about whether it's okay to sell this product off of the property, or whether you need a permit to do that, or if no permit is needed in this particular instance.
Go ahead, Mr.
Madam Chair, I would just add for the board's consideration, when we look at a project like this and consider how the permit would functionally work, that permit is designed to ensure that we're protecting the environment, that we have reclamation at the end of the life of the mine for areas that have been affected. The reality is, going through the permitting process on this, there would be many aspects of our routine permitting that just wouldn't apply. We have a stockpile that's in an agricultural field that's simply going to be removed. And so that's just one thing to consider when making your decision, is that there would be a minimal role in regulating this particular activity.
So you're recommending that there's no permit required?
Well, I'm giving some additional feedback for the board to consider.
Will the crushing and grind, the screening be done on site, or will they haul all this material off site and have it processed at a construction material facility?
The intent would be to process on site.
So there would be, crushing and screening has emissions and air, air particulates and stuff like that. So how does this differ from, so this is stockpiled materials from an area. How does this differ from what the regulations that were just promulgated or being April 14th will be promulgated on taking stockpiles and making money off them?
Well, for this construction materials, not hard rock.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, in that, so,
construction
in that, so
materials have that
construction
too, right?
materials does not have that same type of a permit and stuff. So, in that, so, and in this case, because of the very, very short duration and the sporadic nature of it, and that's why by the strictest rules, because they're crushing and selling, yes, it should have a permit. However, because it's incidental to agricultural projects and stuff, so we're sensitive to that, and the short duration that goes into this, and that's the considerations and stuff that you should be looking at and stuff here. But I think he testified it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks of stuff to roll through this and that to get this material. So getting a permit's going to take longer than it would for the actual project itself. So in that, so that's kind of from our perspective and stuff, and that common sense says that it's probably a little bit of over-regulation or overkill and stuff for this particular thing. And another part of it that I think that's, and Todd can correct me if I'm wrong, but we also have in there that they have this pile, and they have several piles, but every time they're going to do the main pile, but they'll give us another mining so that we're aware of where they're at. So that if it gets too far afield and stuff, we can make that call and say that, you've gone beyond the threshold of what the board is, if you approve it, then we'll be able to keep monitoring it to make sure and stuff that it doesn't go beyond, it doesn't go outside the box. Let's put it that way.
Guys, Ellie has a question.
Yes, thank you. So on this, I'm hearing what both sides of the argument are. My question is, well, first of all, I know that this is not hard rock, this is construction. But would this be considered reclamation of the site? Because you are removing stockpiled material?
I believe Russ means again for the division and Todd or the petitioner can chime in, but the idea and stuff is to remove this material so it can be returned back to agricultural uses. So that in itself and stuff is a beneficial use.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree with that. I believe the operator said that the landowner would like to turn the areas into lay down yards for equipment, so it will go to a beneficial use.
Okay. And then second question, and this goes more into what precedent is potentially being set. Has a situation similar to this been brought up before? And the reason I ask that is on the other board, with Colorado State Conservation Board, I work directly with a lot of ag producers who routinely dredge out their stock ponds and are concerned about trying to remove the material that they dredge out from their stock ponds because they don't want to trigger a mining regulation. So how would we address that?
This is Russ Means for the division again. There is some precedent and stuff already. It's for declaratory orders such as this. They don't come up very often for this type of material. And that so the stockpiling and stuff of this type of rock and stuff is different than for ponds. We look at it's site specific. So you have to take a look at stuff of what the amount of material is being done, where it's going, as well as the intent and of what that material is. So to answer your question, it's site specific, and we do have a guidance and stuff for that on cleaning out ponds and reservoirs and stuff that is actually on our website.
Okay, so, and you're not concerned about this particular incident setting a precedent that could potentially cause issues later on?
No, ma'am. Like I said, it's site specific. And then also just for the board's edification and stuff like that, we do have a memo of understanding and stuff actually with Weld County and stuff regarding the very subject you're talking about, cleaning out ponds and those kind of things and stuff. So we do address that in several different ways.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
So this no, I can't say it. Declaratory order is being granted to Ellis Mining Services, but only for this site. So if they go to the next potato farm and do it, they have to come again.
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay, because that's. And Mr. Ellis, you understand that as well?
Yes, I do.
Because you're the service provider that goes in and helps people get rid of these.
Correct.
Stockpiles. Okay. All right. So this is the case by case basis. So that's what helps it from being a blanket sort of.
Yeah.
For these activities.
If I could also say, I think we put in our recommendations that if he wants to, remove piles on this property in the future as well, he just files an ISIT mining.
Any other questions, comments?
I'm trying to get a sense time-wise because this has been going on for decades to accumulate this much. And it's just 2 acres, 2.2 acres. And so how long will this go on? Is it an every year thing that there'll be more stone to remove, or is this kind of a one-time event?
So my view on that is that so let's say all these stockpiles are gone from this particular parcel and they do potato farming for another 5 years, those size of piles will not be financially viable to bring in a crushing operation for. You would need to let it build up for decades again or consolidate it to another spot where you already have processing. It wouldn't make sense to come in for a couple 100 tons.
All right. Any other discussion from the board? Tara, are you, any other questions from the online people? Board members? All right. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go.
All right. I make a motion that we approve the recommendation of the mining board that a permit is not necessary or needed for this operation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. All right, thank you very much to the staff and Mr. Ellis. This is interesting. All right, going
Thank you.
on to the, any other comments, questions? Before we move on? All right, our last item on the public hearing for the day is file number M 1977-410 Grand Island Resources. And Mr. Lendenberg, you're going to lead us in this staff rotation. Here we have all the participants in this matter, both staff and public. Raise their hand and swear to tell the truth.
Yes, I do.
And is there public? Well, the public's here. Thank you. If you would state your name for the records, any of the operators that want to speak on behalf of Grand Island.
Ben Langenfeld with Grand Island Resources.
Thank you.
Richard Nitesh with Grand Island Resources.
Thank you.
John Henderson, Law Offices of John R. Henderson, PC.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And one more.
Ben Byrne, Law.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's
Yes.
also two
Thank you.
other parties and stuff, there's the city and county of Boulder, I believe they're here and stuff too.
Other public that is interested in this matter? Could you state your name and interest in this matter?
Joe Middleton, outside capital from the city of Boulder.
Kate Dunlap, City of Boulder.
All right. Do we have all? There we go.
I'm Brian Malarkey from the Boulder County Attorney's Office.
All right.
Aaron Dodge, Boulder County Public Health.
All right. Another couple hands in the back or?
Morning, Layla Benampour with the City Attorney's Office. in Boulder.
Thank you.
Debbie Wilson Alcohol with the City of Boulder.
All right. And there's no other parties online for this matter. They're all present. How nice. All right, we'll start with the staff presentation.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Patrick Lindberg, and I will be representing the division in this matter today. The matter before the board today is whether the board will allow an amendment application to Cross Gold's board-ordered designated mining operation conversion application. There is a lot of history that goes with the site and how we arrived before the board today. In my presentation, I will go over some of the recent site history, summarize what a designated mining operation is, DMO, the division's process for determining whether a site is a DMO, and the DMO application review process. All right, site summary, Cross Gold Mine is a 110-2 hard rock underground mine for 9.9 acres. The general site location is approximately 4 miles northwest of Nederland, Colorado. You can see Nederland, the town of Nederland in the lower right-hand corner, and immediately east is Barker Reservoir. And the Cross Gold Mine is up there in the upper left-hand corner. Here's a site map of the currently approved permit boundary for 9.9 acres. The Cross Gold Mine was originally developed and permitted in the 1970s, following the establishment of mine regulations in Colorado. Modern operations began in 1973 when Mr. Tom Hendricks acquired and rehabilitated the Cross Mine, followed by his acquisition of the Caribou Mine in the 1980s. The permit area includes 2 discharging mine openings, the Cross Mine Portal at the Cross Mine and the Idaho Tunnel Portal at the Caribou Mine. Discharge from these portals are directed to a series of plastic-lined ponds prior to being treated and discharged into Coontrack Creek at an approved permitted discharge point. The operator, Grand Island Resources, collects quarterly groundwater and surface water samples and submits those results to the division on a quarterly basis. Sampling consists of 3 monitoring wells, 2 surface water locations, and sampling of both mine effluent. Here's a close-up of the mine features. The Idaho Tunnel is located up north here. The Cross Mine Portal, the Series 3 ponds, Pond 1, Pond 2, and then the permitted discharge point. The box in yellow is the location of the water treatment plant. Currently, the Cross Gold Mine is a 110-2 underground mine operation. The division determined GIR needed to convert the 110-2 permit to a designated mining operation. A designated mining operation is a mining operation where one or more of the following may occur at the site. Designated chemicals used in processing are present at the site. Toxic or acid-forming materials may be exposed or disturbed during mining operations. Acid mine drainage occurs or has the potential to occur to mining or reclamation activities at the site. Rule 7.2 defines the process where the division determines an existing operation should be a DMO and allows for an operator to appeal or accept that determination. GIR eventually accepted the division's determination that the Cross Gold Mine should be a DMO. In accepting the division's determination, they agreed to the timeline to convert their 110-2 permit to a DMO. September 21st, 2021, the division received notice of non-compliance from WQCD for metals exceedances at the permitted discharge location. During the division's enforcement actions for the exceedances, it determined the operation met the requirements pursuant to Rule 7.2. On February 17th of 2022, the division sent GIR a notice of DMO determination. March 18th, GIR submits an appeal to the division's determination. On June 13th, the division issued its final DMO determination. July 13th, GIR appeals the division's final DMO determination, and the hearing for the DMO appeal is continued multiple times at the request of the operator. January 10th of 2023, GIR enters into an agreement with the division, dropping their appeal and agrees with the division's determination of DMO status. January 18th, 2023, was the board hearing for the consideration of lifting the cease and desist order put into place by MV 2021-017. This date also initiated the 180-day deadline to submit the DMO application pursuant to Rule 7.2.3, Parent 2, Parent B. February 16th, the operator requests an extension of the due date to submit the DMO application from July 17th, the 180-day due date, to January 18th, 2024, the 365-day due date. On December 22nd, the operator requests a hearing before the board to extend the due date for submitting the DMO application for another 365 days. January 17th, 2024 was the board hearing to extend the due date for submitting the DMO application for 1 year to January 17th, 2025. The extension granted by the board provided GIR with another year to develop a DMO application in addition to the 1 year previously granted by the division. The signed April 11th, 2024 board order included the following. If the DMO application is timely filed by January 17th, 2025, but does not obtain approval from the division within the statutory time limit, no additional time for division consideration of the DMO application will be granted, and the life of mine shall be ended, and the operator must begin final reclamation in accordance with all applicable rules. December 16th, 2024, the operator submits the DMO conversion application, which is 2 years and 10 months from the division's initial determination the operation was a DMO. Any questions? All right. Next, I'll provide a summary of the review of the DMO application. On December 16th, 2024, the operator submits the DMO application CN1 to convert a 9.9 acre 110-2 permit to a 205.7 acre 112D3 permit. On December 26th, the division issues its incompleteness letter with items including the application check did not clear the bank and GIR was delinquent in its filings as a foreign entity registered in Wyoming with the Colorado Secretary of State. On January 3rd, GIR responds to the incompleteness letter and the division allows time to ensure the check can be deposited. Here's a map from the DMO submittal. The pink outline is the proposed permit boundary. February 6th, 2025, the division determines the DMO application is complete for the purposes of filing and technical review of the application can begin. The applicant is directed to begin the required public notice, and the division deems the application complex and extends the decision date to July 6th. 2025. April 2nd was the close of the public comment period. During the comment period, the division receives a total of 427 timely objections and comments. Objectors include the City of Boulder and various divisions within Boulder County. April 7th, the division issues its immediate preliminary adequacy review letter. During the public comment period, objectors informed the division that GIR had been administratively dissolved by the Wyoming Secretary of State in July of 2024. April 22nd, the applicant responds with documentation that GIR had been reinstated in the state of Wyoming. May 9th, the division issues its preliminary adequacy review letter with 124 items with input from multiple staff members. Inconsistencies between submitted hard copies and electronic copies led to delays in reviewing and verifying the information from one version to the next, resulting in unnecessary delays during the application reviews. August 18th, the applicant partially responds to the division's preliminary adequacy review letter. Included in the response is an increase of the proposed permit acreage from 205.7 acres to 210.8 acres. On October 13th, the applicant submits the remaining response items to the division's initial review letter. Here's from their responses, the revised proposed DMO permit boundary. December 5th, the division issues its adequacy review number 2 letter with 106 items. On December 12th, the division meets with the operator to go over the adequacy review number 2. On January 5th, 2026, the applicant responds to the division's adequacy review number 2. The proposed permit acreage is decreased from 210.8 acres to 84.2 acres, a reduction of 126.6 acres. The duration of proposed mining is reduced from 50 years to 5 years, and the proposed mining activities are focused in a limited area. Here is a map of the revised permit boundary, proposed revised permit. January 14th, 2026. The division issues its comment letter that it believes the operator's submission is a significant change to what was previously submitted, noticed for and reviewed by the division, and the submittal constitutes an amendment to the DMO application and must get board approval for the amendment to proceed. An amendment is defined as a change in the permit or an application which increases the acreage of the affected land or which has a significant effect upon the approved or proposed mining, reclamation, or environmental protection plan. The submittal proposes a significant reduction in permit area and duration of proposed mining and limits the area of planned mining from what was originally proposed. In the board's order signed April 11th, 2024, if the DMO application is timely filed by January 17th, 2025, but does not obtain approval from the division within the statutory time limit, no additional time for division consideration of the DMO application will be granted. The highlighted text is the reason why division staff thought it was appropriate for the operator to request a hearing before the board for the consideration if an amendment would be allowed. January 15th of 26, GIR requests a hearing before the board to consider allowing them to submit an amendment application to the DMO conversion application. February 5th, the city of Boulder submits a request to participate in the board hearing to consider the amendment application. March 3rd, Boulder County submits their request to participate in the board hearing. Recommendation. If the board denies GIR's request for the board to allow an amendment to the DMO application, direct division staff to set a hearing for the consideration of the conversion application CN1 during the May 20th, 2026 board meeting. The hearing will not consider GIR's January 5th submittal. If the operator does not want to proceed with a hearing in May, they could withdraw the conversion application and enter into final reclamation per the original board order signed April 2024. If the board approves GIR's request, the operator shall file a complete amendment to the DMO conversion application by May 18th, 2026. If the amendment application is timely filed but not approved, within statutory time limit, no additional time for the division's consideration of the application will be granted, and the life of mine shall be ended, and the operator shall be required to immediately begin final reclamation in accordance with all applicable rules. Recommendations continued. In accordance with Rule 4.2.1 Parent 2, require a financial warranty increase. The operator shall submit a financial warranty in an amount that is consistent with the reclamation cost estimate provided in Adequacy Review Response Number 2, Exhibit L, Table L-1, in the amount of $2,156,329, which would be an increase of $1,609,578 from the currently held amount of $546,751. The operator shall provide the increased amount within 60 days of the signed board order, unless an extension of time is granted by staff. And that concludes my. Sharon?
All right, questions of the staff before we go to the operator. Good. All right. Nothing.
Actually, I do have a question about the financial warranty. The current amount is based on which acreage and
So the currently held amount is based off of Amendment 2, which was approved in 22, and TR 10, which was approved in 22. That's the currently held amount for 9.9 acres.
Is that sufficient? In your opinion?
No. That's why we're asking for the increase.
So the increase is just, I think, to follow on Karen's questions, is for the existing area or for the 80-some acres?
So the increase, so Amendment 2 was for 9.9 acres and the reclamation of within those 9.9 acres. The TR 10, which added to that, which brought it to the current amount of $546,751, was for 2 years of water treatment. And this was done in 2022. The division has been, the site is due for a financial warranty recalculation, which it has done. And it's been working through the process of the DMO. As part of the DMO application process is a submittal of the financial warranty. And during review of the submission, the water treatment costs were increased from 2 years of water treatment to allow for 20 years of water treatment. So the 20 years of water treatment accounts for the bulk of the increase.
Of the 110 acreage.
Yes, so it's not based on acreage, it's based on time frame for treatment.
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right. So right now, what I'm hearing, so there's two issues. One is the financial warranty, but the other is whether this amendment proceeds or to approve their request for the amendment or not.
Correct.
Okay. I'll make sure we can keep up with all this, right? A lot of history here, so.
Yeah.
All right, we retain the right to come back with you for questions, but we'll let the operator speak. If you have presentations, please come forward.
The presenter view, I'm fine.
You what?
I'm fine with regular presenter view, just so I have to see things clear. Good morning. My name is Ben Langenfeld. I'm with Lewicki and Associates, representing Grand Island Resources. I have with me Rich Matasich with Grand Island Resources. First, I'd like to thank the board's time and patience this morning. I know this site has a long history with many steps and many actions and a lot of involvement of a number of hardworking environmental specialists here at the division. And so I'm going to endeavor here to be brief. Patrick laid out the story very well, covered all the important dates, and I'm going to focus in on the operation and our request for you here today. So here I have just a brief rundown starting from 2024. Board order that Patrick mentioned that requires the DMO application. We filed CN1, the conversion application was deemed complete in February 2025. We received adequacy review in May 2025 and a second one in December 2025. Over the period of those two adequacy reviews, this application received almost 500 comments, mostly objections, including institutional objections from the County of Boulder, the City of Boulder, Boulder Utilities, and a number of concerned citizens. Over the course of this adequacy process, a number of the technical questions involved gathering additional site data, such as borings, monitoring data, additional water data, additional lab testing, a number of things that take a significant period of time. Working diligently, we were able to respond to the over 100 adequacy items in the fall of 2025. The division could begin its review process. In December, the division provided us with the second adequacy review with additional questions and additional concerns. It was clear after the second adequacy review that the division saw the operation totality as so immense that it was creating a lot of headaches in terms of us providing sufficient technical data. And in discussions with the divisions, we were able to clarify with them that the majority of the very large acreage we had added the permit encompassed the claims, the eventual underground mining targets that would be quite far in the future, and that the existing operation and its foreseeable production over the next 5 years would be on the existing cross mine on its existing level, where all of our technical data we had gathered to that point was sufficient. Once we'd clarified this with staff, we came away with it with a better understanding of the what the application needed to focus on. And we intentionally narrowed the focus of the application onto this immediate mining future, clarifying in a number of places that any mining, any development beyond that would require substantial additional technical data. And so additional applications, amendments would be supplied to the division with that data. Our goal in doing this was to narrow the focus of the conversion application to the immediate mine and its environmental protection plans, which is the focus of the division in requiring the DMO conversion. Once we provided this to the division staff in early January, staff began their review and notified us at Grand Island Resources that they determined that the degree of constraining, the reduction in the application scope, to be clear, the application scope, the operations on the ground hadn't changed. The reduction in the application scope were so great that they believed it constituted an amendment. In part, what was communicated to us, and we certainly could understand, was that there were over 400 objectors objecting to the original application, and for the staff to proceed forward with developing their rationale based on our revised application was not materially the same as what those objectors had commented on. And as is typical with the staff and as part of them doing their job, is focusing on ensuring that the public is looking at the same thing they're looking at. Based on that, we certainly can see why an additional round of public notice via an amendment application would be prudent. We did not submit our adequacy responses at any point as a formal amendment application. I will point out, for example, when we had an acreage increase in adequacy response 1, that was in part to the division asking us to include Forest Service unpatented claims that we cannot disturb at this point, but were in amongst our private property, and the division wished us to include them in the totality of the acreage. We agreed, and we adjusted the application to reflect that. That was the goal. I've touched on this quite a bit, but I want to focus in. We simplified the application for adequacy response 2 based on our discussion and feedback from the division to address 2 primary concerns in their review. 1, there was complex shared ownership areas, patented claims with multiple owners or different entities in which Grand Island Resources has the mineral rights. However, documenting all of the appropriate land control for a DRMS conversion was proving to be too time consuming for this process. And the emphasis of this conversion was to become a designated mining operation, which they were operating as with water treatment and testing, but to bring the permit up to snuff in that regard. And as such, we decided to remove these complex areas of ownership that were outside of the current activity to save on review and complexity. The second was a recognition by GIR that while we had gone for a scale of permit intended to put all the cards on the table after many years of back and forth with the division to lay out all of our long-term plans and goals in an effort to be as comprehensive as possible, we had bitten off more than we could chew in this conversion. And it needed to narrow in its focus to the immediate mining plan in the immediate mining area, the immediate environmental protection facilities, and that our long-term plans for our claims in the area would need to be addressed in future submittals. At the crux of this matter is 2 competing procedural challenges. The board order from 2024 prohibits additional time. No additional time shall be granted beyond the statutory limit. As Patrick highlighted, after a long back and forth with Grand Island Resources, the division and the board made it very clear you need to submit a DMO conversion and get it approved in the statutory limit. This limits the ability to extend the application to accommodate our changes. We are requesting an authorization for this amendment application to proceed. Under the division's procedures, under the rules and statutes, Rule 1.81 triggers a new statutory review timeline. I've highlighted some of the applicable rules here, what an amendment is defined as. You can see how the division is applying the significant effect on the approved or proposed mining plan as the standard to determine that this rule necessitates our changes becoming an amendment. We may amend an application, which resets applicable timelines, mostly because those are based on public notice. And that Rule 1.6.6, substantial changes require new public notice. The interested parties should be informed. All of this to come back to our goal here at GIR today is to be able to amend this application to limit its scope, to focus on the environmental protection questions and technical materials that the division originally wanted the DMO conversion for. And to do this in a process that is fair to the public, fair to the staff, and fair to the applicant, following the policies and statutes in place in the Hard Rock rules and regulations. So our request to the board that Grand Island Resources respectfully request authorize the amendment to the CN1 conversion application as determined by the DRMS staff to proceed. Authorize us to publish a new public notice for the amended application pursuant to Rule 1.6.6 and recognize that under Rule 1.8.1, the amendment establishes a new statutory review timeline for division consideration. I'm being clear, we're not asking to extend anything about the original board order. The imposition of an amendment starts this up as a new application as far as the rules lay it out. We want to follow the division's process, the rules and the statutes of an application amendment, the public notice, knowing full well this will give objectors an opportunity to review our new submittal, to provide additional comment. We had 400 some odd objections. I would fully anticipate to get another 400 and some odd objections. Over the course of the last year, we have engaged with not only objectors in public meetings, we've also reached out and engaged with Boulder County, the City of Boulder, and the Utilities Department in an effort to directly address their technical concerns and questions, and will continue to do that. We've engaged with Colorado Parks and Wildlife directly, and we'll continue to do that. A final note I will make as someone who is a mining engineer and hydrologist who has worked on a number of these applications. The Cross Gold Mine is in place. Those portals are discharging water into a treatment system under a discharge permit that is in compliance, has been in compliance for many years. Whatever action the board takes today will not change the fact that those portals are discharging into a water treatment system and that will continue to be operated. As Patrick rightly pointed out, the current bond does not cover more than 2 years of water treatment. Additional bond would be needed to extend that. Revisions to Colorado mining and reclamation law over the past 10 years have moved the division and the laws that it follows and enforces, in the direction of making sure that long-term water treatment is either eliminated in reclamation or the costs are covered. All of those things are still very real and very true, whatever decision is made here today. I believe, and Grand Island Resources believes, that the most prudent course of action is to allow us to proceed with this amendment application, go through the process with public notice, allow all interested parties to participate in what will undoubtedly be a board hearing in the future on the conversion application and the designated mining operation itself. Any questions from the board?
You already published, or it was published where the public knew what you were doing, and you had 400 and some replies. Why do you want to do that again?
We want to get in place an approved conversion.
I'm sorry, Kendrick.
We want to have an approved conversion in place, an approved DMO in place. I mean, for the operator, they want to be operating the mine under a completely legitimate permit, a DMO. To do so, we have to get through this process. According to the board order from 2024 and the staff's view of our application as it stands, the way to get there is to amend the application, which means we have to go through the public notice process again.
Okay, I guess I don't understand that. You went to the public once.
Mhm.
Mhm.
You want to go to the public again because of what changes that you made?
We have dramatically reduced the scope of the application. So to kind of cut it down, to make it straightforward, the mine right now operates on a single level of the cross mine. When it has operated, that's where the mining is occurring. That's where the water's coming from. All of the treatment, all of the water data, all of their drilling data, all of that is there. That is the immediate 5-ish year future. They own a lot of other ground and they have other components in the permit, but those are years in the future and we have a lot of work to do. We wanted to clarify with everyone that those long-term things we're not doing in this application. Originally, we wanted to include it all. That has proven to be unwise. And we're trying to narrow it and say, look, it's this thing here on this one level. This is where we are. This is what all of our stuff works with. If we want to pursue additional things, we will have to come back and do that under separate actions. And that means we have to go and explain that to the public again. Does that answer your question? It's such as it is.
I think so.
So right now, though, there's a cease and desist on this?
No.
Only- No. It's still it's a 110 small permit, so you're producing
Yes.
at this point?
We are not producing at this time.
Okay. Question I have for the operator is there's two parts to here. One is about the amendment and one is about the financial warranty. That's a healthy increase. Do you intend to comply with that? And listening to kind of the history of having to go back and reestablish the charter of the company in Wyoming and coming in here is, do you intend to post this $2.1 million bond?
We intend to move forward with it. We have no reason to walk away with it as long as we're moving forward in the amendment process and we're doing everything we can to best suit all our stakeholders. We have currently a merger agreement set in place with a public company, American Clean Resource, which also has a master service agreement with us. And their intent is really on a long-term basis. They see, and their investors that they're working with see a really good vision for a long operation for an operation to really work over a period of time. It needs to have good community involvement, which they're involved with, and they want to get involved with, and they're already set up a thing called Caribou Promise, which is to engage with the community. They want to make sure that they're engaging with all the stakeholders so that it can move forward. This also brings a lot more financial capability for us to move forward with a lot of activity in the best practices that we can possibly do. Problems that we've had in the past, we did have an issue with our CFO, who unfortunately had an accident, suffered a series of strokes, and that caused a lot of issues when it came down to back office work. I worked with the division. I tried to address those issues as quickly as possible. I'm sure that they'll see that we're in great effort to try to turn it around and put a great face on this company as we move forward. Thankfully, the market is with us. There's a lot of demand for the products that we produce. So we want to do this not just today. We would like to do this for a long term, and that was the original plan that we had laid out with our initial thing. Hey, we want the public to know everything we're thinking about. Even we put in the fact that we're planning on doing a mill. We put that into our original application. Even though we weren't asking for a mill, we wanted to make sure that the public is aware that these are the things that we're going to be doing. So when we got all those comments, we clearly knew that yes, a lot of those comments had the things to do that we were not doing now, and we were not approved to do now. But we addressed the public, and we made sure that they know this is what's coming down the pipeline. when we go back in this amendment and we redo and put it in, yes, it's a smaller plan. It's our 5-year plan. These are what we're going to be doing in the 5 years. We're going to work on the mine. We're going to do some mining and work on the tunnel level, which we have good data on. But also with that time period, it gives us an opportunity to go up to some of the other portals, get some additional water data, get some additional lab data, which takes time to process. Look at structural capabilities, safety capabilities, making sure that we're collecting as much data as possible so that when we come back to the division and say, hey, look, we've done a whole bunch of research, here's a whole bunch of data. We feel that we can go into this adit. We feel that this adit will generate this, and this is how we're going to handle it, and this is how we're going to address it. So the smaller plan is really, yes, we're going to go back to the public. And of course, it's a smaller plan, and we might get similar objections to it. But we've already looked at those objections. We've addressed them. We've come to good conclusions on how we should address them. And a lot of those objections, especially from Boulder, was helpful in creating and working on our mine plan and our permit. So
you've addressed the objections in the 420 some.
A lot of those objections we've incorporated into the permit.
And how about the city of Boulder?
Well, I won't speak for them, obviously, but their main thing is they want to make sure that we're at good scrutiny and we're meeting all our environmental obligations. And the reason, in my opinion, the reason why they want us to be at DMO is so that we're make sure to be under that high scrutiny or that DMO scrutiny. We're currently doing everything today, right now, as if we were a DMO. If you magically granted us a DMO right now, our operations would not change. We'd be doing the same water testing that we're currently doing. We'd be doing the same groundwater testing, surface water testing. All the reports that we hand in on a consistent basis, both to CDPHE and to DRMS, would not change. You know? So we're currently doing these actions. We're looking to become a DMO simply so that now our permit states what we're actually where we are and what we're actually doing.
And so for the most part, you feel that you have addressed these issues, or you're in the process of addressing these issues?
Yes, sir.
Also with Boulder County?
We definitely want to sit down with them more. We want to have more conversation with them. We want to know what their real feelings and issues are, and how would they like to work with us. That's another reason for opening it up so that we can sit down with them. We have requested to sit down with them. Have we incorporated that into our permit? Yes. The objections that we've got that were solid, that were good objections, and we did incorporate into our permit.
And I'll even a little bit of insight. We've reached out to Boulder repeatedly, and they've been very cooperative in a number of fronts. We're working directly with some of their technical staff on concerns they have about potential subsurface interconnection of waterways, right? Do our underground mine workings maybe somehow connect to some of the mines they now control that they're treating water out of? Those are good questions. We're working hand in hand to address them. They've also informed us that they have put a pause on some of that, at least until this question before the board is answered.
So it's my understanding that all of the land that's involved in this, either you own or you have the mineral rights to.
Yes.
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 It's my understanding of the 400 and some inquiries.
Mhm.
You worked through some of them, and you're going to work through more of them.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that you don't have a problem with the bond.
Look, no one likes an increase of over $1 million.
That's a big increase.
I'm not going to tell you that it makes me absolutely excited.
But that's not a rub, right?
No, it's not a rub. Okay. As I said, there is a merger in place. We're looking to gain better financial control. And we will work with the division on their bond analysis and try to work with them the best we can.
I'm sorry to be a stickler,
No problem.
but it says 60 days.
What?
It says that this bond has to be put in place within 60 days of court order.
I believe there's another paragraph, but we're obviously going to do our very best to comply with the division and to the board.
Unless an extension is granted.
Now, mind you, until 15 minutes ago, I never even saw that number. So obviously, it's a little bit of a sticker shock. But do I think it's unreasonable? I don't necessarily feel the word unreasonable. But definitely, we feel confident that we could work with the board, and we can also work with the division. And I feel very confident that when it comes down to a lot of the math and numbers, the good news about the division is they're very transparent. So we'll see what we can do, and we'll work with them on that.
I'm a little confused about the current mining area is 9.9 acres.
The current permit,
And
yes.
You're looking at 84.
Yes.
And so just trying to understand.
We're the actual operation. Let's say everything was granted today, right? We got our 84 acres. We're still only going to be mining at the cross. We're not. The reason why we wanted to incorporate those additional acreage is for water control and water diversion, so that we can divert water around our property so that it doesn't enter our mine. If it doesn't enter our mine, it doesn't need to enter our water treatment center, and it's not a concern. So some of that, a lot of that acreage is water diversion. The other acres are properties that we actually own and actually have equipment on. So we have equipment on this property already. Why don't we have it under our disturbance zone?
Yeah, the 9.9, a 110.2 permit constrains you to 10 total acres of permit. But there are a number of pieces of ground out there that beyond that 9.9 acres, like he says, have equipment or had old disturbance. And part of going through the conversion and expanding it was to rope in absolutely everything that needed to be. There's also, for example, there's a number of pre-law waste piles, predate any of this operations activity. We wanted to include those in. So if those opportunities came to clean those up, we would be able to, but that's in the future. As Rich said, this 84 acres encompasses the immediate 9.9 that the mine lives on right now, plus room to do better environmental protection, water handling, equipment storage, all of these things. It's just a bigger, broader boundary to sort of to give the operation more flexibility to do what it needs to be doing and meet its environmental compliance requirement.
And we went over this with the division, and we feel we enjoyed their feedback on how we're going to do to better manage the property. We feel that all the changes that we're submitting here are changes to make the property a long-term operation, which will meet the highest level of environmental standards.
And none of that 84 is Forest Service.
No, I don't think any of that.
There's a few
Trivers.
There's some small areas just in the interplay of mining claims.
Tiny little triangles here, tiny little triangles there. When you had these rectangular claims that were put in before, before time was formed.
And we're not allowed and not intending to do any of our activity on those there because they're interior to our other areas. We've included them, but it's very clear in our permit application that we'd have to get Forest Service permission first. Forest Service has concurred on that. I've done a number of these kinds of permits. You run into this plenty. We've identified those areas, so we'll stay out of them, but they are within that 84 acres.
Thankfully, those areas are small. They don't interrupt the operations, and we can easily walk around them.
at the risk of being anal, because I am. If you let me be a dog with a bone, I'm gonna go back to this, bonding. The warrant, the financial warranty. And maybe I'll ask a question for Patrick. Is the adequacy review response number 2, exhibit L, table L-1 in the mouth? What part of this application did that come from?
That came from the adequacy 2 responses.
So that was a little bit bigger than the 200 acre before?
No, this is the adequacy review number 2 was the one that was submitted on January 5th of this year.
Okay,
And
from which the amendment's being asked.
yes,
So that's the first time that number surfaced?
yes, during the conversion application review process, the adequacy review, one thing that the division was looking at intently, because the bonding, because we were waiting for the conversion application to come in so that we could address the financial warranty. During the preliminary adequacy review, the first one, there was a bond estimate, in the initial application, there was a bond estimate associated with it. It wasn't sufficient, and we provided an adequacy review question about that. They responded, and there were still policy division, staff policies to where there is water treatment, that we bond for 20 years of water treatment. And that wasn't included in the adequacy, in the first adequacy review responses. So we asked them.
You asked the question, but you didn't get the answer.
Correct.
To your satisfaction.
Correct.
Yeah, if I can, Patrick, as the person who wrote that adequacy response, we had kept the water treatment scale, the 2 years from the existing application in that bond. The division clarified for us that no, now we expect 20 years. And so we updated our bond to reflect that.
Okay.
And that is the bond that was included in the adequacy review response number 2, which is also what the division is asking your guidance on today.
Board members, where my thought process is if the operator cannot provide this bond for this, I mean, I wish it was a 2-part deal. You do this and then we'll do this, but it's not, right? It's one request. I'm still seeing about 60 days. Maybe I'm missing something. There's some leeway there, but if they don't have the wherewithal to post that bond, and I understand you're trying to do a merger. I work in the mining industry too. Those mergers don't happen when we want them to, right? So 60 days is 60 days. And my concern is, if this is $2 million for this big, you're going to go to 80 million. The effluent coming out of those mines is going to be perhaps even more. And how can you bond for the 80-acre thing? Should be something substantially more than $2 million, right? Because the effluent may increase.
The current plan in front of us is the portal that is already discharging. The tunnel level work that we're doing, or if we're mining today, would be on the tunnel level, which is already discharging. And we already have water treatment able to handle that. If when we get into larger capabilities in larger areas, we'll have to come in front of the board again, or the division again, depending if it's a technical revision or an amendment. And at those times, I guarantee you that the division will reassess bond.
So under the 80 acres, if you go ahead with the STMO, you're telling me that since it's already coming out, there won't be any more coming out?
No.
As you go in there?
Yeah,
You can guarantee that to us?
I can't tell you what rain will fall on the hill. I can't tell you that.
So this is all rainwater, not any?
Meteoric water, which goes down through the channels into it. All the on the tunnel level, every stope that we're currently looking at is well, on most of the tunnel level, we're only about 160 feet from surface to 170 feet from surface. So I don't expect any large pockets or large increases in water. Do I believe that there will be some? Obviously, we have sublevels that we can use to retain water while we're processing it, making sure it meets grade and discharging it. So, but on our current immediate plans, no, I don't see massive increases.
And as a member, Siegelmeyer pointed out, and Rich did, we're putting in place as part of this application a bunch of surface water controls to reroute water, that surface water flow away from atop the tunnel to reduce that inflow, to make our water treatment system even more effective. Because yeah, where we're mining and pursuing mining, the source of the water is the surface infiltration, snow melt, precipitation. We're not deep enough down or far enough in a mountain to be, tapping into any kind of like fractured flow aquifer that you oftentimes might see in a deeper underground mine. And I would also point out the 2 million-ish bond was in adequacy review 2, which is what we want to proceed on this amendment application. So this amendment application can proceed. That will be there in the application. We will be putting it in front of it. And so for then it will be what the conversion bond is, right? It's going to be part of this no matter what. Our request is to proceed with the amendment application, and that's it. Then the bond will get addressed when the conversion, God willing, is approved, and there will be that $2 million bond. So it doesn't go away if the board decides they don't want to touch that today, and that's not part of our request for this hearing. We just request to pursue with our amendment application.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little anal on that. That to me is big.
No, I'm sure there's other people that have similar questions, and I'm glad you're clarifying.
Any other board questions for the operator at this point?
I'm curious about the 20 years. That's just some good estimates of what looking into the future is going to cost.
No, obviously the state has rules about water treatment. The time frame that they have for perpetual water treatment is 20 years. We've been running water on the site in a very inactive state. We feel confident on the numbers that we're generating with non-mining activity using and mind you, we were even very conservative because we're currently getting due to really good staff and really good operations. We're getting a lot out of our water filtration system, our Metzoer operation, our filters that we use. We found better ways to get the filters at less prices. We've had by using different backwash methodologies. We've been reusing the Metzoer material now for 3 years, and it's holding strong. Realistically, the more time we have with it, the more efficient we're getting with making sure that our operation is done right. I foresee that if given when we do final closure, that our water treatment cost is actually going to be much less. We have improved significantly in the last 3 years. Because our initial cost basis was based on the fact that we have to change out the media in our systems every 6 months. We've now determined that based on the fact that most of our issues are with microsediments, and if we filter out those microsediments, we don't have the same problems in our material and our media. So for our media, and we test it on a decently regular basis. So far, our media has been strong and holding well for 3 years now. And we're hoping to get at least 6 or 7 out.
And the acid mine drainage.
Luckily, I will say this much: there are mines that are blessed, that are cursed with bigger problems. Caribou is probably one of the best. It has exceptionally good water. The Caribou mine. In fact, originally prior to the water treatment center, Tom Hendricks. The way he would meet standards on water is just by blending Caribou water in with cross water. And that's how we met standards.
We don't have a pH problem. We have a minor metal presence problem that we have to filter for, but we don't have a pH problem like you're thinking.
Even our discharge at the cross at its lowest comes out at 7.3. And most of the discharge coming out of the Caribou is 8.3 to 8.5 on a regular basis, depending on precipitation.
And the thing is that today the question is about this amendment application. We're still going to go through that whole process, have the conversion application, probably get board objections. I imagine we'll be back in front of this board on those very technical questions.
With more data and better answers.
Any other questions, or we'll move on to the objectors? Great. Yeah. All right, it's good point. It's a 9:45. How about if we break here and come back at
That's a little old, that clock.
It's on our notes.
the same problem on Sunday to anybody else? Let's take a 10-minute break. We can all tell time and be back promptly at 10 minutes.
Thank you.
That happened to me Sunday.
I noticed it
We were like,
earlier. Yeah, I looked up there. Wait, I managed to change the font.
5 minutes late, forgot the
Yeah.
I was. Business, I was like,
Although my property tax.
All right, to be fair, now we'd like to hear from the public objectors. I think there's two overall parties, the city and county of Denver and the city of, let's go back to sleep, the city of Boulder, my apologies, and the county of Boulder, correct? Whoever would like to go first, we ask you to make your cases, and the other party, please, when you come up and it's your turn, please do not be repetitive to any great extent, right? We can confirm issues, but don't go through the details again, just in the sake of time, so. Up to you folks, who would like to be next? Please come and state your name and for the records.
Hi. I'm Joe Middleton. I'm outside counsel on behalf of the city of Boulder.
The other thing is, can we everybody speak up a little bit? We're having a
Yes.
hard time hearing on that, so sorry. Thank you.
You bet. And let me know if you can't hear me. As I said, I'm outside counsel on behalf of the city of Boulder, and I'm with Kate Dunlap, who is the water quality manager for the city of Boulder Utilities, and she'll be testifying today.
I'm sorry, you've got to speak up.
Sure.
I can't hear you.
This is Kate Dunlap. She is the water quality manager for the city of Boulder Utilities, and she'll be testifying on behalf of the city today. Before I hand it over to Kate, I would like to make a couple of points regarding GIR's statements just a few minutes ago. I just want to kind of re-steer the conversation back towards the fact that what's at issue here is just whether or not to approve an amendment to an application. That the substantive requirements or the substantive issues related to any particular application are not, before the board right now. We're not considering whether the water treatment system is adequate. We're not considering whether, there is acid mine drainage at the site or whether GIR has adequately shown that. All we're considering is whether or not they should be permitted to file an amendment and effectively extend the time for their application beyond the time that was allotted by the board order in 2024. So with that focus, then I just want to point out, there are a couple of things that GIR noted had led us here and had prompted their revised and drastically altered application that they submitted in January. One, I think, was the complex shared ownership quality of the site, which we touched on, which included, in the prior application, I think it included split estates between the mineral ownership and the surface ownership, as well as forest service lands and privately held patented claims and unpatented claims. And due to the inability of GIR to fully address their legal right to enter onto all those properties, they, that's one of the primary motivations, I think, for why this application was changed at the last minute. But I just want to point out that those requirements were in effect in 2024 when the board's order was issued, and that there's nothing new about those requirements. So the other primary consideration, I think, was, as Mr. Langenfeld explained it, they had bitten off more than they could chew. And while I appreciate it's a complex application process, the DMO requirements are substantive and extensive. I just want to suggest that that's really not a reason to, subvert the board's prior order and ignore the division's recommendation in 2024 and the board's recommendation in 2024. The focus now, as GIR explained, is really on meeting the DMO requirements. And I think that should have been the focus from the get-go. And I think the option that they had before submitting this application was to focus the application on the requirements of meeting the DMO rather than, put all the cards on the table, as GIR said, and try to go for broke, so to speak. So I think that, as GIR explained, we're in a position where we have to treat this application or the amendment as an entirely new application fundamentally. And I think that's just a tacit admission that the application that was filed in 2025 didn't make the deadline, essentially. So I just want to leave those remarks for you and then turn it over to Kate. And again, keep our focus on whether the amendment is proper or not.
All right, well, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Kate Dunlap, and I'm the Drinking Water Quality Manager for the City of Boulder. And in our testimony today, I'm going to address our interest in the application and our desire for a quick resolution on the application, which has already been in process for 4 years. In our testimony, I'll address the city's primary interests in this application is related to water quality protection. Up here. 2/3 of the city of Boulder's drinking water supply comes from sources that are directly downstream from and hydrologically connected to the proposed mining area. We appreciate the extensive time that the division staff has spent conducting multiple adequacy reviews of Grand Island Resources applications and reviewing the city's comment letters, as well as the more than 400 other timely objection letters submitted by stakeholders. For the reasons that I'll outline today, the city requests that the board deny the amendment and reconsider the application at the next possible hearing date. If the board is inclined to approve the amendment, then the city advocates for a swift process without additional adequacy reviews to not further prolong this already time and resource intensive process. So shown here on the screen is page 3 of Exhibit A, which is shows the city of Boulder's primary drinking water supplies, which are Barker Reservoir and also North Boulder Creek. Grand Island Resources has proposed mining operations in these watersheds, and they pose significant threats to the water supplies, serving nearly 200,000 residents, commuters, and visitors to the city of Boulder. Mining can result in impacts to water supplies due to inadequately designed environmental protections, as well as treatment disruptions, spills, explosions, wildfires, and other events. And depending on the magnitude, frequency, and duration of those events, those impacts to water supplies, and specifically for the city of Boulder, can result in the need to temporarily shut down our drinking water intakes, additional water quality testing, increased water treatment costs related to higher chemical use and more advanced water treatment methods, higher utility billing rates for our customers, potential taste and odor issues in drinking water, and challenges complying with Safe Drinking Water Act regulatory requirements. Contamination can also result in the need for costly mitigation measures to improve source water quality. Grand Island Resources has a history of water quality standards exceedances and violations, raising questions as to their ability to adequately protect the environment under active mining conditions. For example, in 2021 and 2022, GIR had 6 discharge-related reporting violations and 21 effluent water quality violations for lead, copper, cadmium, and other heavy metals. Between 2023 and 2025, the majority of the groundwater and effluent water quality reports submitted to the division had exceedances of Regulation 41 standards, occasionally by orders of magnitude. And between June 2024 and just this past July 2025, GIR operated without having a properly certified operator and responsible charge. To the city's knowledge, for an entire year, GIR did not take corrective action in response to CDPHE's multiple notices of violation until financial penalties were incurred. The city agrees with the board's decision in 2022 to require a designated mining operation application to protect the environment and ensure safe operations. The applicant has had 4 years to develop the required application, as shown here on this Exhibit A, page 4. In that time, GIR has received 2 separate 1-year extensions to submit its application, plus 3 additional extensions to respond to adequacy items. During the April 2024 board hearing, as division staff reiterated, the board specifically stated that no additional time would be granted on the application. And because the application was deemed complete on February 6, 2025, the deadline for the decision was February 6th of this year. In December 2025, GIR requested the maximum permitted extension of time yet again. But given the number of issues and questions with the adequacy review, GIR also requested the division support additional extensions of time as needed and up to 7 additional months beyond the applicable deadline. When the division did not agree to more time beyond February 6, 2026, instead of addressing the adequacy issues, the applicant responded in January by submitting a substantially changed application, which could effectively delay resolution yet again. More than 400 members of the public, the city of Boulder, the town of Nederland, and Boulder County submitted timely objection letters to the division recommending denial of the application due to concerns for the environment and the track record of the applicant, including a history of repeated and long-term violations and water quality exceedances. It is costly for the public to invest time and resources necessary to stay abreast of the changes in the application or participate in a process with no clear end date. Furthermore, the applicant has not corrected the errors that have already been identified in adequacy reviews, and the application submittals to date have been internally inconsistent, factually incorrect, confusing, incomplete, and unnecessarily lengthy and complicated. To conclude, Grand Island Resources has had 4 years to develop an adequate and protective application and should not be granted an amendment. Providing the application with additional time delays implementation of the protected measures required of a DMO and unnecessarily consumes the resources of division staff, the board, and the public. The final deadline for GIR's application was February 6th. The amendment process was not intended to allow for perpetual changes to an application or provide a way to avoid fully responding to application inadequacies identified by division staff. The city recommends denying the amendment and hearing the application at the next possible hearing date. If the board does decide to allow the amendment, however, the city does recommend a swift review and decision from the board. Thank you again for having us here today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I have been curious about Nederland because they weren't listed. And they're nearby. Do you know what their comments have been specifically?
So the town of Nederland has submitted timely objections to this application as well. But as I've alluded to, being a part of this process and following the changing applications and adequacy reviews is time and resource intensive. It's hard for a large municipality. Town of Nederland is a small town with limited resources, and it's not fair, again, to just continue this process with no clear end date.
Any other questions for?
I guess I'm a little confused about what you're saying. Inaccurate exceedances, et cetera, and okay, wouldn't that be Dream's job, or does that end up being your job because the water hits you and you know?
Yeah, that's correct. And those are all issues that are in the division's adequacy reviews about inconsistencies and exceedances.
Patrick, do you have any input on that? Maybe to clarify that specifically?
There have been exceedances within the groundwater. One of the wells has had a spike in copper concentrations, and this spike in copper is the operator has been working to try to figure out where the spike in copper is coming from. However, the point of compliance that has been designated for the site does not see these exceedances. So it's a gradient of the copper exceedance is a gradient is at the top of the site near the Idaho tunnel. The point of compliance, which is down gradient of the water treatment facility and down gradient of the approved discharge location, it does not see the exceedance. So the division hasn't taken any steps to remediate the copper because the copper will appear and then it will go down and there will be no exceedance. So the division is aware of that. We are in communication with the operator about those exceedance.
So the water, the copper in the water is coming from upgrading or on-site, but it's being treated out before the discharge?
No, it's the copper exceedance is within a water well for the site.
Okay.
And it's unclear. The division nor the operator have detailed lithologic logs about where this well was installed. And so it's unclear where the copper exceedances are originating from. The site has been not underground mining, so it doesn't look like it's related to mining activities. However, the specific source of the copper exceedance is not known.
If I could just follow up on that point, briefly, one of our concerns is that nearly 4 years after the DMO determination, the measures that an operator would take to comply with the DMO requirements and protect the environment, we don't believe have been implemented. And the fact that we don't fully understand the exceedances in groundwater, and another example of the lack of characterization of this site is the fact that there is, to my understanding, almost no characterization in the North Boulder watershed, which wasn't even identified as an affected watershed until the adequacy review process. And so it wasn't initially addressed, as I understand it, in the application materials. And so, I know GIR feels that they are in compliance with DMO requirements right now. We would disagree with that. And one of the primary reasons we disagree with that is because, if you're a DMO operator, you need to perform adequate baseline characterization of the site and the potentially affected groundwater to understand what your operations might do in the future. We feel like that's wholly lacking in this case, regardless of which application, whether we're looking at 80 acres or 10 acres or 207 acres, we feel like that's lacking. But, again, those substantive issues are not before the board. That's just to say that while we've been waiting for the past 4 years, those steps that an operator should take to protect the environment, examples like I know the ore storage facility is in need of some changes and upgrades in order to make sure that it meets DMO facility requirements or EPF requirements. I know there are potential collapses. A collapse has occurred in the past at the Idaho tunnel. There are questions and concerns that the division has raised about the geologic stability of that structure. And there is a groundwater discharge directly from that tunnel right now. So there are other issues associated with the piping of the water treatment plant and other things as well. But again, the point being that while we have allowed continuation after continuation, those items have not been addressed. And I don't think that was the intent of the board when it issued its order saying there would be no further extensions. And I don't think that was the intent of the division when it determined that this was a DMO and that we needed to do those extra steps and take those extra measures. So I just want to leave you with that. One final point I want to make, I do want to acknowledge that GIR did reach out to the city and ask if they could discuss our concerns with us. At one point, they asked for some technical information about the geologic interconnections at the site, which we just simply didn't have. At another point, they asked if they could discuss our concerns directly with us. But until we have an understanding of which application we're considering, it just makes sense to defer that conversation, I think. So that's where we stand with that.
When did those conversations occur?
I think
in February, a month ago. GIR reached out to us. GIR reached out to us in February requesting to meet, and we replied saying we would, what Joe was saying, we don't know what application is currently being reviewed, but we would be interested in hearing a written response to our comments that we submitted in April, September, and then again in October as part of the public process. And we have not received response or written comments.
But they had not reached out to you prior to February over the last 4 years.
They reached out, so the modeling request was a year ago, I believe. Or maybe not quite a year ago.
I think after we submitted our initial objections in March of last year, March or early April of last year, one of the items that we raised was a potential hydrologic connection between the cross mine and other down gradient facilities. And they asked us if we had any technical data to support or address that issue. But that was the extent of the question. Yeah.
Right. Any other questions?
I just have a quick comment, and that is if people who are responding to questions or comments, if they could identify themselves for us online, because we can't see the respondents, and that'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure. I'm Joe Middleton, again, outside counsel for Boulder.
And I'm Kate Dunlap, Drinking Water Quality Manager for the City of Boulder.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Any other questions, Doug?
No, not at this time.
One question I have, where this operation is, it's not anywhere near the city of Boulder, correct? It's not within the boundaries of the city of Boulder.
That's correct. It's west of the City of Boulder, directly upstream from and hydrologically connected to our two primary drinking water supplies. So 2/3 of the city's water supply comes from North Boulder Creek and Barker Reservoir, immediately downstream from the mine. But it is not right outside of Boulder. It's west of Boulder.
Thank you so much. And now if we can hear from the county representatives, if you have any further comments, please. And then we'll get back to some response from both the division and the hot board.
Hello, Chair Nelson, members of the board. My name is Ryan Malarkey. I'm an assistant county attorney with Boulder County. I'm joined today by Erin Dodge from the county's public health department. She's here to provide some comments on some of the concerns we have with respect to the particular issue we're here for today, which is whether or not an amendment is appropriate, not necessarily the substantive issues underlying the application, right? Whether or not the board's 2024 order contemplated this scenario when the board decided that Grand Island Resources should have no further extensions if it cannot get satisfactory application approved within the statutory timelines. I would just want to note too, before turning it over to Erin, who's here with the Public Health Department, we also have submitted comments the county has individually from our Open Space Department, which does own properties in the general vicinity of this proposed mine. And then also our Public Works Department, who has responsibility for county roads in the vicinity as well, which would be impacted. So with that.
I was almost going to say good afternoon, but it's still morning. Chair Nelson and members of the committee, as Ryan said, my name is Erin Dodge, and I work with Boulder County Public Health. I'm the Water Quality Programs Manager, and I have held that position for it's almost been 12 years now. And I've worked for Boulder County since 2002, so in various different positions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and discuss this matter. I am here to share the county's current experience and interest with historic mining and active mining in our community, and our interest in the prompt resolution of the GIR application. Boulder County, as you probably know, has a very rich mining history, and it's really shaped the region. And it's also left a legacy of environmental impacts. Abandoned and closed mine sites leave exposed mineralized rock that is eroding into creeks, during storm events, resulting in waters laden with metals and chemicals. The mine drainage from adits turn our creeks orange. And we have contamination to groundwater, which, as you probably know, especially if you're in the mining world, that the groundwater network in the mountains areas, especially of Boulder County, is very complex. And that also serves as the primary drinking water source for a lot of our community members. All of the people up in that area are on wells. Boulder County is also home to a Superfund site, which is a historic mine called the Captain Jack Mine. And as you can imagine, they have the EPA oversees that. And even with that level of oversight and expertise and financial support, we still have issues at that mine, staying in compliance with various elements. So I just want to say in my program, I do a lot of regulation, and I like to think that I'm a common sense regulator. I like to work through solutions, and I realize a regulation is not a one size fits all. And that regulatory work is very complex and it can be very expensive. And so I do want to just recognize that. Responding to and mitigating the impacts of all of these legacy mines and the various issues that they've left behind really strains local resources, as the city of Boulder was talking about. And similarly, the active mines do too, reviewing these applications, and then it takes a while to get back to it. You have to get back up to speed. And in my program, I am the only staff member that really has funding, and my funding is like very minimal for this work. The Cross and Caribou Gold Mine has a history of non-compliance with permit requirements and timeliness set forth by the Department of Reclamation and Mine Safety and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Water Quality Control Division. This is documented through enforcement actions and cease and desist orders by the division and CDPHE's Water Quality Control Division, as well as documented exceedances of some of the groundwater protection standards, as was just discussed. In February of 22, the division made the determination that the mine, that GIR meets the definition of a DMO, and today the approval of the DMO has been pending for over 4 years. And still, as of December 5th, 2025, the division staff identified over 100 deficiencies with the application. GIR has a due date of December 31st, 2025 to provide the division a sufficient application so the staff could make recommendation to the board. On January 5th, rather than making its pending application sufficient, GIR submitted a substantially changed application that has led us here today. The applicant's history of permit violations, cease and desists, and recent challenges adhering to the required permitting process during inactive mining raises concerns that the operators have the capacity to provide proper environmental protections required to minimize the impacts from active mining. Some of the concerns include the ability to properly estimate and meet the burden of the increased expense for the reclamation and remediation from the proposed increased mining activity. Changing from an inactive to active mining increases the potential risk to surface water and groundwater flows, drinking water sources. The original application provided vague information about ground disturbing impacts, underground workings, and hydrologic connections, and lacked the 3D modeling of the proposed subsurface mine workings, making the extent of the underground workings impossible to evaluate. The application suggests that water quality monitoring and treatment may discontinue in the near future. It's our understanding, the county's understanding, that the effluent discharges from the site have exceeded some water quality standards without treatment, and even with treatment may have exceeded some of those standards as well. GIR's past failure to provide certified personnel, the ORC, operator in responsible charge, in June 24 to July 25, suggests the applicant may have insufficient resources to meet permit requirements, which poses a risk to water quality and downstream wells. And the Coontrack Creek, North Beaver Creek, which is the city's source water. By our count, GIR has made 5 requests for extensions for submitting their application. At the division's recommendation, the board approved an order that gave that final extension, with the exception that GIR submits its application by January 17th, 25. This does not obtain, if it does not obtain approval within 365 days statutory time limit, there would be no additional time for review of the application. The end of the life of the mine would be declared and final reclamation was to begin. At the hearing, when the board considered whether to issue this order, a board member asked about end of life terms being proposed. And the division staff told the board that the applicant has been making statements for years about its ability to meet deadlines, and that it was staff's perspective that they can't meet the timelines set in the proposed order. And GIR's application should be brought to a close. With that, the board approved the order. And rather than abide by the board's 24 order, they're now seeking to avoid its impact by changing the application. And in doing so, GIR asked the division staff support for additional extensions up to 7 months. So they've had more than adequate time to bring its application up to a level of sufficiency so the division staff can make a recommendation to the board. We feel this will result in additional delay. It is reasonable to expect the delay will be substantially based on the extensive review of the application by the division staff to date. The time and resources spent by local government and the public in staying apprised of the content of the application and providing comments, and GIR's stated expectation of needing months worth of extensions. Another extension will just further delay the implementation of the environmental protections required by a DMO. The need to stop these delays is what the board was addressing in its 24 order. Abiding by the order eliminates the likelihood that this application will continue to consume the board, division staff, and local government staff and the public's time. The county asks that the board abide by its 2024 order, deny the amendment, and set a hearing date for the final decision on the application. If the board is inclined to set aside the order and allow GIR to amend its application, we ask the board again to make it clear that no additional extensions will be allowed and that GIR's application be set for formal decision as soon as possible. And I'd also like to just add that we agree with the division's presentation earlier, talking about I heard that they wanted to separate out that financial warranty piece regardless of the decision. And I do think that that's extremely important because I don't think that the, 550-ish thousand number is adequate. So I did agree with that. And that is all my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions for the presenters? All right. Sure.
So before we leave you, again, thank you for the time. And just reiterate that I think this is the situation that the board in 2024 was thinking about, that there'd already been years of delay and the board put its foot down, expecting that, we're going to give this agreed upon extension of time. But then at some point there needs to be finality brought to this application. And for those who aren't here, my name is Ryan Malarkey on behalf of the county. So we would support the recommendation by staff that the amendment be denied and that this matter be set for a hearing on the application May 20th and that the January 5th submittal not be considered. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We've heard a lot of stuff. There isn't a pre-hearing order on this case, so we need to do right by both the applicant and the public sentiment. So would you like to hear comments from either the permittee or from the staff in rebuttal to some of this, or what we need to make sure we don't have any lingering questions around how to proceed on this? And I think I have some great questions, so.
I would appreciate hearing from the staff.
Yeah.
We just, oh, no. Perfect. Patrick and staff, please, help us clarify some issues in particular, the clarity around what happens under both section A. I think the one that if we agree to have to go with the amendment, to allow the amendment to go to May 18th is kind of more straightforward. But if we deny this, in particular, what strikes me is we still have whether there's a bigger mine here or not, we have a water treatment issue that will not go away. And so what would happen then, particularly around the bond increase and all that, because that ties back to the 10 acres that's there, right? But can you walk through what might happen if we don't approve this amendment, specifically around the bond and the financial warranty?
So if the board denies the amendment, the site would enter into final reclamation pursuant to the approved plan that was approved in AM2 back in 2022, along with TR10 also approved. So they would begin reclamation of the site, grading of slopes, disturbed slopes, the importation of topsoil, in seeding and whatnot like that. Currently, with the water treatment system, the plan is that they would monitor the discharge for a period of time. And it is their opinion that within 5 years or less, that the effluent would meet discharge standards and be allowed to convey through the piping system that is currently installed and discharge directly to Coon Tractor. And the water treatment system would go away.
And that's just a best guess. I mean, it'll be what it'll be, right?
Yes.
How do we have financial assurance around that?
So currently the site is bonded for 2 years worth of water treatment. So the operator would still be required to treat and monitor water until permit release. So the division would keep track of how reclamation was occurring at the site and adjust the bond accordingly as reclamation was being completed or if additional water treatment needed to be bonded for.
That Chair, Russ Means for the division, to kind of help put some perspective on this and stuff as well. The reclamation bond review is overdue. And that's because of all the delays and stuff that have been involved with all of this. So it is required as part of an application review that we take a look at the bond and adjust it accordingly. It can go up, it can go down too, and that. Right. But typically when we have an application, we don't do the updates until the final plans are approved because it's only months, not years. Okay, and that's our problem here and stuff is because as of right now, this has taken so long that it is overdue just based on the boards and the division's normal policies. So it's overdue for a bond calculation no matter what. And that's something to be in that. So the current bond is insufficient just based on inflation alone. And then plus over the last 5-10 years and stuff, because of other mines, other issues, we've gone from looking at water treatment for 2 years or whatever. That's what we have 20 years worth of water treatment and stuff. That's a number that the operator included in their responses and stuff to us. So it's important to note and stuff that one way or the other, there needs to be a bond increase because it's under bonded. And the board has that liability, the state has that liability, and we need to have that covered. And so we're overdue, but we're overdue because we've been trying to get through this process to get to a final number. And in the end, they posted the amount of stuff in that they recommended and that, if you approve the extension, we're still gonna look at it all in the final plan and stuff and adjust it accordingly. Whether it goes up or stays the same or whatever, that's fine. That's why we didn't do interim bonds. Sometimes you'll see us come before the board and ask for an interim bond. That just means it's a bond that we're gonna hold in place until such time as we're done. Because this is so overdue, we need that bond increase now.
So, so that I understand, the current bond's 500,000 ballpark. If we don't grant the extension, you're still gonna review that bond.
That is correct.
And that bond can go, well, it's probably gonna go up.
That is correct.
It's probably gonna go up. If we grant the extension, then that will be granted at the $2.6 million bond.
They're two separate issues. We want to make that very clear and stuff, and that and stuff is
Oh,
we'll go through
I
the
see.
process, but we need the bond increase and stuff now, and then we'll proceed.
So the
one way or the other.
500,000 is on the 9.9 acres.
Yeah, right.
The 2.6 would be on the expansion.
2.6 is based on 20 years worth of water treatment.
Yes.
Not so much the surface disturbance.
Right, I'm sorry. But along with with the expansion, it's a 20-year project. And that's why that bond goes to 2.6.
Correct.
If I may,
What? Yeah.
Go ahead.
so we're separately, whether you deny or allow the amendment, separately, we're asking for the bond increase.
For the 10 acres for 20 years.
Yes. So
So it's
we're
not the whole thing.
we're asking for the bond increase to the 2.1 million, I think it was.
Yeah.
We're asking for that separate to whether or not you allow the amendment. So because we don't have this 20 years worth of water treatment factored into the current bond. And we want to bring it up to our current standards for 20 years worth of water treatment. And the 20 years worth of water treatment is the bulk of that financial warranty increase.
And if I can add, Russ means again for the division, that 60 days is tied to statute and rule. And that's why we typically use that 60 days by rule and stuff. If we notice an operator of an increase or the board does, they have 60 days and stuff to comply and post that. So that's where that 60 days comes from, is by rule.
And a question on that 60 days, is that from the signed board order or from today's date?
I believe we had it for the signed board order.
That is correct.
Yeah.
The signed
Is
board.
that statutory?
No, it just.
Could be today's date.
It could be today's date, in that's up to your discretion and stuff there, so, and that to be clear.
Okay.
So if I understand, there are two separate things that we need to address here. The bond increase request and the amendment request. And those two things are not connected in our approval process. Is that true?
Correct. They are two separate items.
They're only related because of the time frames and stuff that have been extended over.
Right. Right. Thank you.
So then the procedural question is, it's basically two motions and two votes.
We could choose to break that down. The board could.
You could, you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions on this financial warranty piece? So it's for the 10 acres to get it to 20 years. If they post a $2.1 million financial warranty and they get it done in 5 and it meets affluence, then they get a whole bunch of money back, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
But the 20 years is, and then if it takes 25 years, we're gonna be digging out of the, and they've gone on their way, we're gonna be digging out of the state coffers to pay for that perpetual water treatment.
That is correct.
What could be.
What could be.
What
yes.
could be, could. So do we all have clear, is there any other questions around the financial warranty piece from the board? Maybe we take it one at a time.
I'm pretty clear on it, but I just, sorry. The $500,000 bond is not adequate.
The currently held bond is not adequate. That is correct.
What, do we have a number? I mean, is it gonna be 800? Is it gonna be 1,000,000?
We agree with the cost estimate that the cost estimate that the operator provided in their responses to our adequacy review number 2 is the one that incorporated 20 years of water treatment.
Yes.
Which is something that the division has been looking for some time. And so we accept that number for right now.
Correct.
And, once that amount gets posted, if the operator feels that a surety reduction is required or needed, necessary, there we go. If a surety reduction is necessary, they can submit that request to the division. Conversely, if the division further evaluates that bond and determines that it is inadequate, it can issue a surety increase, an additional surety increase to meet those requirements that the division has determined at the time. But currently, the number that we have proposed is the one that incorporates 20 years worth of water treatment.
And it's acceptable.
At this time, yes.
Excuse me again, but acceptable to who? I can't.
Sorry, this is Patrick with the division. It's
Thank you.
acceptable to the division at this moment. It's the best number that we have. And
Okay, thanks.
So maybe, sorry, Doug, both Patrick, just please introduce yourselves so Doug knows, can follow.
oh yeah, sorry, Doug, this is Patrick Lindbergh with the division.
And I'm Jared Ebert with the division as well.
So,
Thanks.
Patrick, what would make that number go up in your mind? The 2.6.
The 2.6, if we continue to review what the details were within the reclamation cost estimate, and we found something that was insufficient, maybe the analytical costs are not up to current standards or something to that effect, that may trigger a surety increase.
Or with the forthcoming amendment, they could propose some additional land to be affected, with some type of mining feature that we would have to bond for.
So if they went with the amendment, it'd probably go up fairly rapidly for an 80-acre active operation versus a 10-acre inactive.
Potentially, if they were wanting to increase their affected land beyond what's currently affected, having new features.
Where, does that make sense to the board?
It does. I think it's around 2.1.
2.156, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. The one point I feel fairly we need to do is to do it from today's date versus the signed board order, because there's some gap in knowing that our council is trying to leave town or something like that. I think this needs to be addressed here now. Does that make sense to you all, instead of just changing from the signed board order 60
can
days
sign
to
today.
sign from today's date? Does that make sense to you?
Makes sense to me.
All right. So we can kind of set this one aside for now. Comments from the operator, please be brief.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have one last comment.
Yes, please.
Please, and stuff and that, in that, so, staff finds itself in a difficult position in this request for the extension and that, so, Mr. Lindbergh has outlined the chronology of this site and the path it's taken very clearly. Staff is frustrated. I want to make that really clear. Grand Island Resources has used the rules and the act and stuff and that to extend all of these review periods to their maximum allowed. They played the calendar game very well. Now they're seeking to use the rules again to prolong this period for another 5 to potentially 6 years. In your packet, you have 2 separate adequacy letters, each with over 100 issues generated by the DRMS team. This is not typical. Staff has approved amendments for our largest mines in half the time with far more technical issues and stuff involved in it. What we're talking about here, some of GIR's issues are complex, but we're also talking about straightforward technical issues such as legal right of entry, mapping discrepancies, and repeated unclear responses and stuff to some of our adequacy reviews. The purpose of the amendment that they're proposing, this should have been initially put before you and stuff initially, rather than introduced in the 11th month of a 12-month period at the end of a 4-year process. The significant time investment by your staff in preparation for today's proceedings, as well as the 2 primary objectors in attendance, raises a critical question about equity. This is not solely equity for the operator, but also for the broader community. The frequency for which the public and the objectors must navigate this process warrants consideration. Furthermore, the cumulative cost and time expended by the community to repeatedly engage in our regulatory process must be acknowledged. They brought that to your attention and stuff today. Staff resources and time dedicated to achieving an approvable permit have substantially exceeded reasonable expectations. The operator approving this extension would grant the operator an additional year to comply with the board order, the act, and the rules. The reclamation bond, as I noted and stuff, that is overdue, and as I noted and stuff, we typically do these and stuff on an annual basis, but we've waited on that. So should the extension be approved, staff will proceed with the established process. This entails treating the request as a new application, which includes new public comment periods and establishes revised review dates. Should the request be denied, it would indicate their failure to comply with your order, an order in which they agreed to a year ago, and staff would schedule this for a separate hearing regarding the application, most likely in May, which would afford you the opportunity to review all the materials submitted before January 5th and the February 6th deadline. So the final decision is yours. Staff just respectfully asks that you carefully weigh the chronology, the record when making this decision. Thank you.
Any questions for what Mr. Means just went through? And you're talking about comparing similar permits of similar size, not the.
We're talking way bigger mines and stuff that have gotten through way more complex issues and that than something similar to this. So.
But resource limited ones as well.
Yes.
Any other comments for the staff, or we can hear a little bit from the operator? Looks good. All right, thank you so much. Operator, please be clear and concise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Ben Langenfeld again with Lewicki & Associates and Grand Island Resources. And I have with me Rich Matasich from Grand Island Resources.
Thank you again.
First and foremost, to clarify a few things based on comments from the city of Boulder and the county of Boulder. In particular, we did reach out to them immediately upon receiving their objections back in the spring of 2025. We had connected with personnel at the county open space department in particular regarding acquiring their data to investigate groundwater potential connections and other technical comments and questions that they had. We have had back and forth. They have at times been able to give us some answers. In some cases, they let us know their work that their contractors were doing wasn't yet done, and they would continue the conversation when that data was available. Just want to clarify on that. We did engage with them early in the adequacy, in the comment process when they had objections in order to meet with their technical people and look to answer their technical questions on specific technical concerns. Speaking with regards to bond calculation that was developed, that was part of that adequacy response too, which is what is being put forward as the application amendment. So if you deny our request to consider the application amendment, that bond number, along with everything else, would not be available to be considered at the hearing date you'd set, because those would be after the fact, after the date in that order. Now, of course, the staff can propose revised bonds, and I understand that's a separate issue, but I want to clarify where that bond number comes from. We included it in our adequacy to response that the staff determined necessitated an amendment to the application. We're ready to proceed with that amendment and thus ready to proceed with that bond number if we can do so, but I want to clarify where that comes from. Also that bond number is based, the vast majority of that bond number comes from the water treatment question. So the change in acreage has very little impact on the bond in this case because it's an underground operation. The surface disturbance doesn't fundamentally change very much. Also, when it comes to the city and county's points about groundwater wells, as Mr. Lindbergh put forward quite clearly, the copper exceedances in the ups gradient well, that well exists to gather data in part prior to groundwater passing through portions of the site. So the source of that exceedance may or may not be related to the mine, may be naturally occurring. That question is outstanding. That's why the point of compliance well, which is the point any of these operations look at for what is the water leaving the site, that is the judgment point. Same thing with the discharge point on the surface. We have a point that is capturing water after it passes through the site. So whatever impacts we're having on the water is supposed to show up there. Those points have not shown these exceedances. We're still investigating the upgrading well exceedance, the high copper. We want to know what its source is as well. But at this point, our processes are not letting these metals leave the site, which is the important part for environmental protection. Rich, I don't know if you want to touch on that at all.
Yeah, just to touch on that one topic, we'll go. We only noticed the exceedances when we downgraded our staff and we used the well only for compliance purposes. What we did is we worked with the division and we put together a little bit of a longer purge time approved by them, and as soon as we did that, the exceedances minimized. In our last two tests, we had no exceedance on that well based on the purge time that we recommended. So that was a situation where inactivity is causing copper to build up on that well. I'll hand it back to you and we can go into further.
And then I would just like to comment on the division's frustrations in that while we appreciate them completely, and it's never our intent to cause those frustrations as an applicant. This is an application that received over 400 objections. That adds a level of scrutiny and complexity that tests everybody in the process. The applicant, sure the staff as well. And at time, there have been a number of cases where what the division has turned around and asked us for has entailed us going out and gathering a bunch of field data that we had not anticipated needing based on our previous experience. We went out and gathered that data, but that does take time. We gather it, we present it and provide it to the division for them to evaluate as they requested. Part of what we're asking for here with this application amendment is to reduce the burden on the staff down to a narrower operation, knowing that that restricts what we are able to do in the future, but understanding now that that is sort of the crux of the issue. We need to narrow the scope in order for this to proceed forward in an orderly fashion for both us, the staff, and public stakeholders. Will we come back in the future with additional permit applications down the road? Maybe, but those will have their own data requirements and involve their own processes. We're constraining this to something more manageable for everybody involved, including our objectors.
As to the bonding issue, I don't think we have a problem with the number. The problem is only with the timing. Obviously, we're a company that gets our money from investors, and with the amount of uncertainty, it'd be incredibly hard to get it in a short period of time. I believe, based on the fact that the current application that we have in, there's not any modifications that we're really going to need to make on it through this whole process. I believe we can get the whole thing done within 6 months, and that's with time for the division to review, and at that point have the bond paid, making all the stakeholders as happy as possible. I don't think that we're looking. Look, I don't really enjoy coming here, although I do like actually interacting with the division. I think that we can. We really would just be in a better position where we would mine and follow the guidelines and the rules that we currently set forth, and of course interacting with the stakeholders to make sure that everyone is understanding the activities that we're doing and making sure that we're in compliance to all the regulations. I'm not looking for to do anything outside of that. Again, our immediate thing for the next 5 years is just that, the cross mine. When we've gathered enough data, we'll expand from that. But I think the bond number is not unreasonable. I think the timing is unreasonable, and I think we can have the complete application and properly reviewed, all that within a 6-month time period.
Questions?
Why do you feel the timing is unreasonable?
60
I
days.
mean, you want us to act, but
Absolutely.
but you're pushing back on the bond.
I'm not pushing back on the number. I am pushing back on the amount of time I have to go to an investor, tell them, Mr. Investor, I need you to put up $1 million, which, by the way, not exactly a small money. And he's going to say, well, when can you start mining? And in a grand scale. Oh, I don't know. I don't have assurance because I'm currently going through this permit process, and I'm about to close on this permit process, and anything could happen. I think for me to go to an investor and make a statement like, I need you to give me this money so I could put up this bond, is definitely going to be tied to the fact that they're going to have some financial return from their investment.
But certainly they knew it's reasonable to expect that when you make all these changes, that the bond would go up. You didn't expect it to go down. You expected it to go up.
We understood that we would be going through this process, and this is what I understood. We would go through this process. We would get to a conclusion. The board would make its recommendation. And then at that point of making the recommendation, after the application has gone through its series of back and forth, then at that point, the division would come back and say, based on the reclamation we have here and what we need to do here and the water treatment. Part of the request for 20 years based on the statute, because previously we've been permitted prior to the new statute that came in, is that they're saying, well, we might be entering new areas of water or new water disturbances. Well, currently, our current plan is just to work on the cross. So we're not looking to add any new water disturbances. We feel that the cross and the work that we're going to be doing at the cross will add a minimum amount of impact and disturbance. So do I think that the overall number for the protection of the state and the public is unreasonable? No. I just need time to work with investors to get that money in so that we can make a very good operation here. And from comments that I've gotten from staff, I feel that we're in the process of making a real turnaround from the past and being a flagship operation that both the division and the board will be happy with.
Other questions? How long have you been with this project, with the company?
I worked with Tom Hendrick back in 09,
How long have you been with this company?
all the way from 09.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Once we cut it off and cut it off.
Yeah,
Right.
closed testimony.
So at this point, for the board to make sure we haven't had this situation come up for a while. So for the board, we can cut off input from all the parties and just debate ourselves, or if we have any other questions.
Are you proposing to close the testimony at this time?
I am trying to discuss with the board members about that very option,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to know and I'd like to speak.
All right.
Yeah, is there anybody else that wants to speak?
Go ahead, sir.
They should, yeah.
Please come up and say your name, and I believe you swore to tell the truth earlier on. Is that
I
true?
was sworn, yes, and I was designated as a witness.
And please let them know who you are.
I was listed, I'm John Henderson, law offices of John R. Henderson, PC in Lafayette. I'm an attorney and I've worked for multiple successive owners of this project, and I've worked on the Cross Caribou project now for 48 years. I wanted to clarify a few things I don't think were clear and I thought might be helpful. This project was an early permit. I think the original application was in 77, immediately after the first rulemaking. Before this agency, I testified as a law student at that original rulemaking. And as a matter of fact, was a member of the industry team negotiating the DMO statute with the environmental community at the state capitol back in the 90s. This particular project has also had a water discharge permit that has been in place literally for decades, with all the data from that permit available for decades. Originally, when Tom Hendricks opened this operation, and I worked with Tom since I was a law student and then as an attorney since 1978, it was originally passive treatment, which basically involved the lining ponds and then liming to try to increase the pH of the water to precipitate out micro elements, primarily metallics. The discharge from this mine was never a human health or water or drinking water quality standard problem. It was the aquatic life standards that now drive the permit. They got more and more stringent. and the compliance record using passive treatment technology was never perfect, but was pretty darn good most of the time. Now, due to an incident that happened a number of years ago when Caribou Tunnel collapsed and created an interesting water quality problem, the operation was, as a matter of compliance, forced to move to what we all knew was coming across the years, and that is active treatment, which involves actual equipment to meet the water quality standards, which remain quite stringent. And Rich, you know what the results have been, but I think we had to produce 2 years of results.
Yeah, well, it was 18 months, but we extended for administrative reasons. Either way, during that time period, we produced all that data and handed it to the division.
So you've now got a situation where the discharge from these mines, which is going to occur every time it snows, and even though we may not get a lot of snow this winter, there's a seasonal discharge through the mines that directly are related to snow melt. And now you've got sophisticated active treatment on site. Many, many millions of dollars have been invested in this operation over the years. I assembled the land position with Tom Hendricks. There was an issue raised by Boulder regarding the shared ownership issue. It's really not complex. The land position consists of roughly 129 patented claims with a total surface acreage of a little over 400 acres, plus another couple thousand acres of federal load mining claims established on the general mining law, designed, as someone has previously testified, to pick up the fractions between the claims. If you're going to operate on Forest Service land and disturb the surface, you've got to get permits through the Forest Service. Right now, we don't have to do that. In the future, possible that we will. But right now, you're discussing a situation where you have a mine that has been in existence, well, the mine itself 150 years, but since Tom Hendricks reopened and we permitted in the 70s, half a century. We haven't had a problem with the city of Boulder in half a century until now, when after the death of Tom Hendricks, the first environmental opposition to the operation emerged in Nederland in the area. It's the first time we've had that kind of opposition. That's why you have 500 comments. And because there are 400 or 500 comments that were made, do not think for a minute that the company is saying they're all true. Because I've reviewed many of those comments. Some of them are geographically impossible, geochemically impossible, geologically impossible. For a number of reasons, simply can't exist. But we're not here today to go through all 500. If we ever had a hearing on the permit and the merits of the permit, we'll get to that stuff. I heard another intimation today from Boulder County that there might be hydrological interconnections somehow between the Caribou mine and the Boulder County mine, which they purchased as open space. Actually, we were a part of that transaction many years ago and did a land boundary adjustment with some of our own properties at the time Boulder County purchased the Boulder County mine. And I have heard there's no physical interconnection between the Cross Caribou and the Boulder County mine. It was proposed back in, I think, 1905 to 1912, called the Greater Caribou Project, where someone had proposed to go in below the Boulder County mine. Sir, yeah.
I may, please keep this to relevant to the situation at hand. I know there's a lot of history with this operation.
Right.
I believe you said you're an attorney, not a technical expert in these matters. So please, let's just keep your facts to the situation at hand, which is this amendment and the bond release, just for the sake of time.
Okay, I will try to be as short as I can. With regard to Boulder County, Tom Hendricks and myself gave an annual update to the Boulder County Commissioners throughout the 80s, 90s, into this century on what was happening with the Cross Caribou operation. Voluntarily, in the 2008 period, went through the county's special use application process with no opposition through the Planning Commission or the County Commissioner. Never had a problem with Boulder County, no opposition at the time we did that. Now that there's politically organized opposition to the operation, suddenly the city of Boulder and the county are involved. But that's not the merit we're here to address. What Ben did when he submitted the application and suggested that we reduce and simplify what had been in the original DMO application. It was a great reduction. We weren't adding anything new or complex. It was reducing and simplifying. So the issue isn't whether you're approving that as an amendment. It's simply allowing the amendment process to go forward. Which staff, when they encountered this, said this looks like an amendment to us under our own rules. It looks like an amendment, but because of the board's order, you should really request to take this in front of the board to get their approval to allow this to go forward as an amendment. So despite what some people seem to think that this would be approving the amendment, it's not. It's allowing the process to go forward.
My question to you folks would be, being people in the mining world,
Mhm.
is why did it take 4 years to downsize this project to something manageable?
Why did it take
4 years. Why did it take 4 years to go from a bigger and then small?
Originally, when management was given with the statement that we're going DMO, there was a lot of people, and John included, that thought we're not a DMO. We don't fit the criteria for a DMO. Yeah, we had some past water violations, but we didn't hit the requirement. I believe I had a conversation with Amy the day Amy Esberger, she was our inspector at the time. And I was fine with being a DMO. I didn't think it was, we were going to change that much. And for the operations that we're currently doing, I don't think we're changing at all. We're currently doing all the groundwater testing and surface water testing. When we start getting into, I know Boulder was talking about North Boulder Creek. Well, we're not even there yet. But before we even get there, we'll have plenty of data to support that. Either way, the bottom line is there was a disagreement in the fact, and that's why it took so long. When we got into the application, we submitted the application. We wanted to be as transparent as possible in going into every detail that we might do in this application. Then when it came back that the review process took so long, obviously we had to get back. We had a meeting with DRMS, and from that meeting, it was clear that based on the time, we had to go with something a little bit more simpler for the board. So I think that this is right now where we are with the documents we currently have. I think we're in a good spot. I think we can substantiate everything in those documents. We feel comfortable that we can move forward as a profitable entity with that plan. And then when we're ready to expand from that plan, we'll have all the necessary data and we'll be back to the division and to the board for that expansion.
I only had one more comment to make, and that was we had some testimony about results from monitoring wells, etc. I would note that the entire valley from Nederland to the west is heavily mineralized. There were dozens of mines in the area, gold and silver mines, and grading to the tungsten mines, for which Nederland was actually one time famous and an epicenter of production. So the vein mineralization that's been detected at the Cross and Caribou mine is intensive throughout that valley. Anytime you put down a well in the middle of mineralization, you're going to get some mineral content in the well water. It doesn't need to be discharged from anywhere. Those minerals were all in place through the movement of groundwater. So it's not unusual or shocking that there are minerals in the vicinity of mines.
Grand Island's intent is to meet and achieve the highest standards on environmental protection for all stakeholders.
That sounds better than rationalizing. When you have a mine permit, you have a mine permit. Sorry, game doesn't matter what your background is. I mean, just in your site, but not the whole region, right? So
the real metal hits the road, or the rubber hits the road, is at the operation. Our operators are dedicated to making sure that we get the best water standards we can achieve.
Thank you, sir. All right.
There-
Questions, comments?
There was someone in the back that had their hand up.
I just wanted to object.
Louder?
I just wanted to object for the record to the testimony, of Mr. Anderson, regarding technical matters or matters requiring expertise that he's not qualified to.
Yeah, understood. All right. Board, you need more input. You're a no.
I'm done.
Doug? All right, so we can at this point close off testimony into, is that what you call it? Testimony again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Give us some time.
Thank you.
All right. I think it gets back pretty clearly to the two recommendations. One is to deny the request for the amendment and the other one is to approve it. So we'll open up for discussion
Well, I think,
amongst ourselves.
I think we heard a lot of good testimony on multiple sides and from the operator, but I feel that we should deny the amendment just because of the long record of not meeting timelines, exceedances, inadequacies. That makes me think it's not safe for this extremely sensitive whole water system. I think it would be questionable that we would safely not have pollution issues into the lower, into Boulder area specifically.
Fair enough.
Well, I think I would agree to allow the extension, but we've got to stop the ball. I mean, it just can't continue. And so I would vote to grant the extension, but I'd like to see some teeth put into this thing that it stops, that it gets decided. Because it can't, it's gone on for 4 years. This is crazy. And what we're hearing is a whole bunch of reasons why it's gone on, but what we're not hearing is this is it. This is what we want, and this will end it. So that's my 2 cents.
For me, I am supportive of denying the amendment. I think I respect public and staff time, but for me, kind of the crux of the issue is that division has not held this operator to any different standards than other operators. And from the order in 2024, I think that was the board's attempt to define and put a limit onto this. And I do think it meets that criteria. In addition, from what I understand on the financial warranty, I would also support increasing the amount to the 2.15 plus million and having that within 60 days of today, because that number is based on updated regulations for the 20-year horizon, and it came from information from the operator. So for those reasons, I am in support of denying the amendment and then having staff set the hearing for the actual application for the May 20th board meeting.
Thank you.
This is Allison Tarrant online. I would like to say that I would support the extension with the caveat that the operator must post the increased surety within 60 days. I feel that that at a minimum would show whether they are serious about keeping their own enforcement intact and ensuring that they will in fact meet any further deadlines.
Thank you. Doug?
Yeah, I would be in favor of denying the application amendment. I believe that the teeth that Bill talked about was an attempt, was the 2024 board's attempt to put those teeth in. It's been, 2+ years at this point, and to me, this just feels like a ruse to get more time.
All right. I have mixed emotions. I usually don't. I'm cognizant of that there's several mining projects that are now in the money because money is flowing into the market where it hasn't. Gold is just under $5,000 an ounce. 2 years ago, it wasn't. There wasn't money around to fund projects like this. But I also have a hard time with a mining company that doesn't engage the public. And doing this at the time of, Nell speaking to me now, doing this at the time of when there's comments coming out, that's too late. That's too late. The social license and the community license is important to a mining company as their permits, because it just won't work if you don't have that kind of bond with that. City and County of Denver, I said that again, City and County of Boulder have been there throughout the history of this mine. So from that end of it, I want to say, give the miner a break, because times have been really, really tough the last 2 years to raise money to do anything. I'm very concerned about them not being able to post bond, because by golly, you'd scrape out of if you believe in the project, you'd scrape from your own bandwagons to post that bond. So if they can't do that, can they really hire the engineers to get through the permit to do all the other things? So speaking out of both sides of my mouth, I think they've had 4 years and they haven't done it. So I'm inclined also to, one last point, I have never seen the staff so adamant about a position before. And they are the most generous people with their time to bring operators along with the process. But I think even 4 years has pushed their buttons a bit. And that means a lot to me, because there's not enough of them to go on inspections of everything else, let alone get stuck on one thing for year after year after year after year. So from that end of it, I don't think I'm with two of you who cannot proceed with them. So. Do we take a vote? Or are there comments from the comments?
No. You need a motion.
I will make a motion to deny the amendment.
I'll second it.
And that's in accord with this first, your motion is in. Maybe could you read this whole thing for us, please, just to make sure we're on record
about that. My motion is to deny the amendment to the DMO and direct division staff to set a hearing for the consideration of the conversion application CN-1 during the May 2026 board meeting. And the hearing will not consider GIR's January 5th submittal.
I'll second that.
Oh, okay. I'd need to include in that motion, if the operator does not want to proceed with the hearing in May, they could withdraw the conversion application and enter into final reclamation per the original board order signed April 2024.
I'll second that for the third time.
just going over the fact that we are making a motion on the amendment, but not the, at this point in time, we'll take that.
Oh, yeah,
Separately.
that'll proceed separately.
Yeah, so we'll have another motion. So this is just on whether to hear the amendment or not. First and second, I'll vote in favor of not allowing the
Extend.
denying amendment. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Second issue at hand is the recommendation. That goes with this.
This only comes in if the request.
By itself? By itself.
No, separately. Sorry.
Sorry, just one moment, please. No, this is point one.
Yes, this is one. This. I just want to make sure that like we're all on the same page, and to the extent staff needs to confirm, the financial warranty will proceed separately and independent of this, as it usually will. The only reason to have had it teed up for consideration is if the board was considering the amendment to the application. Correct? Because I'm not sure we've got on the record that there's been like a surety increase issued that the board could act on at this point. Is that correct?
Correct. There has not been a surety increase notice. The way we had crafted the recommendation to the board would essentially, if the board accepted our recommendation to require the surety increase, that essentially the board's order would be that notice, and thus the 60 days.
Okay.
That's how we originally crafted the language.
And that was tied to if the board approved the
Yeah,
application moving
It's
forward.
wholly separate. We had two recommendations, one recommendation for whether or not the board would consider allowing the amendments. And the second recommendation would be to order them to increase their financial warranty.
Okay.
Independent of the decision of whether or not to allow the amendment.
Okay.
Makes sense? So we have another point that we will vote separately on instead of combining.
Yeah, and I'd recommend, you're gonna need to deliberate motion, and it can be in the same order, but, yeah.
We have enough public testimony.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to the board. You feel like you've heard enough on the financial warranty increase to move forward with deliberation, a motion and a vote on that, then I think you can.
All right, so board, now if we want to have discussions around the requirement to increase that financial warranty, which is on page 26 of this presentation. Maybe we should have open comment from each of us again on this for the record.
To increase it to the 2.1.
To the 2.156, and that is to make sure I understand it, and that we're on the same page, that is for the permit they now have, the 110 permit.
For the current permit.
Yeah, for 20 years of water treatment versus 2. So that's all that represents, that increase.
To me, it seems clear that that's needed. Even though it's hard to tell the future.
And from my understanding from all the conversation today, it's increasing for that 20-year period for the water treatment for the existing footprint. And it would have been kind of updated, but for some of the delays based on new regulations, inflation, etc.
And the 4-year review permit of their permits, right? Their various applications.
Yes.
I would, my comments are to update it to the 2.1, but question why it wasn't updated in the last 4 years. There's ample time to have updated that. And I know there's a lot of moving parts to this, but I think it should have been updated and, you know.
What I recall hearing from Mr. Means was that it was almost a courtesy to, instead of make a step in the review process that's been going on the last 4 years, that they could have done that at any point in time, but they thought with this being imminent before this amendment, that it would be.
Yeah, they put it off, yeah.
So it was,
So it seems like everybody was putting stuff off.
giving the operator upright.
Yes, yes.
So. Doug, Alicia, comments?
Doug, do
Yeah,
you want to go first?
oh, go ahead.
Allison Tarrant again online. What I was going to say is I absolutely would vote in favor of increasing the surety to the 2.15. And I do want to emphasize that the 60-day date of required posting should start today. But I do not feel that we should waive or extend that beyond 60 days.
I would also agree with updating the warranty update, approving the warranty update, excuse me.
Any other discussion on this amongst the board?
No, I think I make the motion that the 2.1 surety bond be 2.156329 be increased from the 546,751 even. And the operator has 60 days to comply
From today's date or
from today's date.
changing the recommendation from the staff from the board order date to today's date. All right,
I second the motion.
all in favor? Say aye.
I
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Well, this is why we usually have pre-hearing board meeting, pre-hearing orders, but thank you so much for everybody who participated in this. And all the time with the staff and the operator as well. Good one.
Yeah.
At this point in time, the next item is mine subsidence, one of my favorite topics from Jeff Graves or Jeff Zach, sorry. Let's take a lunch break and reconvene at 10 after. Yeah, all right. All right. On to discussion item number 11. Mine subsidence protection program.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Deb Zach with the Mine Subsidence Protection Program. I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Oh, not that one. Can everyone see my screen?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, good. This is the annual report for this year that I put together. It should be in your board packet as well. I was just going to go through some of the individual items. This should be relatively quick, especially compared to past board presentations. This is for the 2025 calendar year, not for the fiscal year. So the numbers in the financial table under section 4, I believe, are for the calendar year, not the fiscal year, as well as all the overview and items that I'll be going through. So in April of 2025, I took over this position from Rachel Nicholas, who'd been doing it for over a decade, I believe. And then June of 2025, we had the finalized Office of the State Auditor audit that was requested by the Legislative Audit Committee last year. That was presented to the Legislative Audit Committee in June of 2025. And various items that were recommended during that audit process have been gone through and have begun to be addressed. And I've gone over those at the October, November, and December board meetings. We've been kind of tirelessly going through the recommendations that were submitted under that audit and addressing them item by item. One of the things that we've addressed was the recommendation of 2B, where we've actually coordinated our efforts with our inspector, our contractor, who conducts all of our inspections, which is Tetra Tech. And so far we've been reducing our inspection costs through a couple of different methods. One was a tiered approach to inspections. Right now, I think we've had some pretty good luck, and I've streamlined some of the process on my own to basically be able to conduct a lot of or complete a lot of the initial enrollment inspection reporting on my own, doing some of the mapping and some of the compilation. So we've mainly been relying on Tetra Tech to perform the actual inspections themselves. Throughout 2025, Tetra Tech can perform 15 of those new inspections for new enrollments. And they also conducted one claim inspection for us in December. We've also reviewed some of the MSPP rules and the plan of operations as part of one of the items that were recommended by the audit committee to address recommendation 1B. And we're looking to eliminate some of the inconsistencies therein. We've also been working with a contractor to write up our standard operating procedures and come up with a more streamlined mechanism for updating those and keeping them within the range of mapping them basically to the rules and having them align more consistently. In 2025, in-person outreach was completed at 222 homes. And enrollment prospect packages were mailed to 110 homeowners to try and enroll them as new enrollees within the program. Rachel and I also attended a community meeting in Colorado Springs in the Cragmore area that was attended by over 300 community members, where they learned about both the Inactive Mines Reclamation Program as well as the Mine Subsidence Protection Program. I've also addressed the MLRB's recommendation to provide a map portal link and instructions on the MSPP's webpage to allow the public to search for home addresses that fall within the various mine subsidence risk areas. We've provided that information that actually came through, I want to say early this month, early in March. So now we actually on our website, so this is the MSPP's web page, although why it's not scrolling, I don't know. There we go. So now on the MSPP main web page, obviously all of this information already existed. We've added a few more maps to this, maps of subsidence prone areas. But the really exciting thing was, I believe that that Doug had recommended and requested that we have a portal link. So now I put together some instructions for the general public to be able to use that. That's a PDF of basically kind of walks you exactly through the steps to take in order to perform a home search. So now they can go click this link and it takes them straight to this Mine Subsidence Protection Program overview. And then if they click over here in this little hourglass, I'm just going to do a home I just searched for recently. Acacia. But it helps if I spell it right, doesn't it? And that will zoom people directly to the home address. And that will show them if it's in a low, very low, moderate, or high subsidence risk area. So people can now basically search and then zoom in or zoom out of various areas and do a search on their own for some of the areas that are high to very low risk areas, both in the Colorado Springs as well as the Boulder area. So, and as you zoom, it kind of comes more into view. So, so that's pretty exciting. I'm very happy and very proud of that. New addition that was very well recommended. So I'm really excited that we were able to do that as quickly as we were. And then the remainder of this report is basically the financial activity, as well as the membership claims information. We haven't had any claims as of 2025. As I said, we had one claim inspection, and that claim has actually been going through in 2026. So that'll show up on next year's annual report. But again, all of this is in your, it should be in your board packet. And it kind of goes through our various financial expenses, our annual mail out of the invoices for our annual fees, as well as the annual mail out for the certificate of participation for all enrolled members. As it stands, as of the 31st of 2025, we had a total of 782 members that are considered active. We did a bunch of cleanup of whether or not homes have changed hands and whether or not those homeowners have gone through the process of doing a home transfer to the new homeowners. And done a few of the transfers, about 4 of them. I have 4 new members in Colorado Springs area, 2 new members in Boulder Weld. One of the things I want to focus on in 2026 is kind of bringing up some more of the foothills members, which are basically Jefferson County area, and then the Western Slope area as well. I want to try and look through those. Let's see. Sorry for any background noise. My dog and my cat are fighting. Hey, enough. Hey, enough. Okay. As far as claims go, in 2021, we had a claim report for Stanton Street, and then we had one in 22 over on Mariposa Street. The majority of the claims for the recent past have been in the Colorado Springs area. We completed and closed out the one that was on Mariposa Street. This is the brand new one that I was discussing, and so that we went on a claim inspection. That claim payment will begin in 2026. And then we have an ongoing claim for the home on Stanton Street. Due to COVID and kind of some back and forth and trying to find contractors and getting estimates, that particular homeowner has had some delays with regard to getting some of that claim paperwork back to us. So we're in the process of now getting that claim paid for him, but not as a result of anything internal to our program, but mainly as a result of either delays on the homeowner's end or contractor's end. And then 2026, we're going to continue to respond to the Office of the State Auditor's report findings. And I've highlighted some of the things that are due as of 2026. We're continuing to coordinate with the Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement to update that memorandum of understanding. We're still awaiting some information from them. And then we're also in the process of contacting non-engineering firms to try and find out if we can get even lower estimated costs for those initial home inspections. And that's to address audit recommendation 2B. But as I stated, we have actually already reduced our costs somewhere around $600 per inspection, simply by tiering our inspection needs. And then also having me write a good chunk of the reports for each one of the inspection reports that are conducted. I've also consulted with the deputy director of procurement and have started to discuss the feasibility of utilizing an existing state contract with a company called Sourcewell to perform an actuarial study that will help us meet this audit recommendation 2A. We've sent them an initial scope of work and have heard back a general estimate of costs, but I am waiting to set up another meeting with them because they had mentioned that there were potentially some cost reductions that we could help incorporate that might bring down the estimated cost even further. Once I get those numbers and determine its feasibility, I'll come back and report to the board on what that actuarial contract or study might cost the program. I have a request for proposal generically that's been drafted for that actuarial study, so that hopefully once we get a better hopefully lower cost estimate, we can kind of hit the ground running with sending out the RFP after I get the okay from the board as trustees of the fund. And we'll continue consulting with this our contractor called Government Performance Solutions to hone and update and consolidate our standard operating procedures to ensure that they align with the program's rules. And then in 2025, as in every year, in June, for the July 1 renewal deadline for the annual fees, and then for the certificates of participation to be sent out to current enrollees, we'll be taking that process on, that renewal process in June of 2026. And then again, once again, this year, outreach will remain a high priority. And some of the various outreach projects that I'm contemplating will actually have a targeted approach to individual homeowners that lie within areas that are determined to be, let's see if I can find this, the more high risk areas, high or severe risk areas. So some of these homes that are in some of the parcels that are within areas that are determined to be historically more significantly subsidence prone. Those are the areas that I'm planning on targeting our outreach as far as trying to increase enrollment in some of these areas that are determined to be more high or moderate subsidence risks. But that's pretty much it for the 2025 annual report. Are there any questions?
I don't have a question, but the map application looks great. Thank you. So can you, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you for the recommendation. I think it was great.
Oh, it looks great. So can you do a polygonal search on the addresses and just pull all the addresses from each of the
Not on
colored
this
areas?
map. On this map, it's basically kind of a 1-for-1. I mean, you can type in basically Colorado Springs and it'll zoom into that area. But
Okay.
within my own mapping capacity in Arc Pro itself, I can perform get those metrics. So if anybody has questions, I just wasn't sure. I was a little concerned about providing everyone with that level of
Right.
detail. That way, you know, if somebody knows a specific address, they can look up one specific address, but then they're not as accessible. That data is not accessible to everyone.
Yeah, I was thinking more for your application than making it public, but I think that's great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions or comments or concerns?
A lot of good progress.
Yeah, great progress.
Thank you all so much. Oh, there's something in the chat. Is that for me? Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Very much. Great update.
Thank you.
All right. Next staff item is on the DRMS process. And, oh, here we go. What does that mean? SER 2025.
You're gonna find out.
We're waiting with bated breath.
Yes.
Thank you, Brock.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Brock Bowles. I'm a staff EPS here at DRMS. And I'm here to share with you that a project that I've been working on for about 2.5 years. And what I was the chair for the Society of Ecological Restoration's 11th World Conference that was held here in Denver just last October. And that's what SCR is. So SCR, it's a global organization of more than 5,500 members, and we're in more than 130 countries. And there's also a local Rocky Mountain chapter here, which covers Colorado and Wyoming, and I was the president of that chapter for a while. But the mission of SCR is to assist in the recovery of ecosystems when they've been degraded, damaged, or destroyed. And we really do focus on plants and animals that live in those ecosystems. But more importantly, it's the people who are involved of those ecosystems. You know, one definition I heard of culture is that's how a community integrates itself into its environment. You know, it's all those cultural practices that we have. And it's very hard to separate people from their land, you know, for food, for income. You know, we've got a big tourist industry here in Colorado, mining industry. So we're very dependent upon our land here. So this conference brought together a bunch of global restoration experts from a lot of different disciplines, like scientific, policy, governmental, financial, and also sociocultural aspects of ecological restoration. So for the conference, again, it was last October, we had 1,400 participants from 74 different countries. We had over 800 abstract presentations. That was a lot of fun, just gathering all that information, sorting them all out, but that's another story. We had 17 field trips. That's opportunities for people to get out onto the landscape of Colorado here. And we had 6 keynote speakers. And what I really want to emphasize about the keynote speakers, we made a big effort to make sure every inhabited continent was represented and all the major biomes. So we didn't have anybody from Antarctica. That's the only one that wasn't there. So to just give you an idea of this 4-day conference, we had themes. Day 1 was inland waters. Christine Colvin from the World Wildlife Fund. She was the freshwater policy lead in Africa. She talked a lot about river restoration, the importance of rivers, how they're being degraded. especially in the continent of Africa, and efforts that were being done to improve them. The next two speakers actually talked about the one and the same project. Danielle Frank and Dave Kaufman both worked on the Klamath River Restoration Project. That's 3 dams were removed out of the Klamath River, which is on the California-Oregon border. And part of the whole project was restoring the whole salmon migration up and down that river corridor. And those dams were in place for over 100 years. So Danielle specifically talked about a lot of the social issues. She's a member of one of the local indigenous tribes there in the area. And she talked a lot about the importance of salmon, bringing it back to the community, and just the social aspects of removing the dam. There was a lot of controversy to it, but ultimately a lot of good. Dave Kaufman was the project manager who actually did the technical work. So he had a lot of information about how do you remove a dam? What do you do with the sediment behind the dam? The planting of trees and creating fish habitat up the way. And within a year of the last dam removed, they already had salmon going back up the river. And it was a remarkable story. So day 2, we had a kind of a big, broad panel discussion about enabling conditions for restoration. You can see the first person on there, Anna Aguirre. She's the director for Marine Justice out of Colombia, brought a nonprofit aspect to this discussion. Beth Lambert, she was the director for the Massachusetts Department of Ecological Restoration. That is the first department in the United States completely dedicated to ecological restoration. So she had the government view of this subject. Christoph Bashir, forestry officer for the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, brought a global view. James Rattling Leaf Sr., he's from CU Boulder. He does a lot of indigenous engagement work, especially on climate change and those really scientific issues. Like he bridges that scientific knowledge with indigenous knowledge. So he joined the conversation. And also Maya Reed, the climate data lead for M&M Mars. And we all know M&M Mars is really like a candy company, but they actually have a very big pet food industry, part of M&M Mars. So they're very interested in fisheries, fish populations, reef, coral restoration, stuff like that, and the communities that take care of those, that industry. It was very interesting, high-level panel conversation. You got a lot of different views on that panel. Day 3 was a terrestrial subject. Vera Voronova, director for the Association of Conservation of Biology of Kazakhstan. She's working on a big 300 square mile project about restoring the golden steppe and the saiga, I think that's how you say it, the saiga antelope. It's another high desert plains, kind of like Eastern Colorado, just very much restoring those animals and getting that ecosystem back in order. Ernie Gladstone and Cindy Boyko from Parks Canada, they're another 2 members of their local indigenous tribes, and they talked about integrating government policy with the cultural needs of indigenous population and how Canada is really working to bridge that difference of opinion, you might say, over several hundred years of that relationship. And they're really looking to heal that relationship. So they talked about those issues. Day 4 was marine and coastal. So Valerie Hagar from University of Queensland, Australia, she talked about mangrove restoration off the coast of Australia. And Fanner Montoya, he's the director for Coral Reef Restoration Foundation out of Colombia. And you can see here, he brought his son with him up on stage. He really talked about what motivates ecological restoration practitioners. Why do you get up every day? There's a lot of bad news you hear every day about degrading environment, environmental disasters. But how do you motivate yourself to just get up and do this job over and over? And that's his son there. And that was his motivation, his young child. It was a very uplifting speech or sharing that he gave for us. Really just keep people motivated in the moment. Also part of the conference. So that was the basic themes. Those are keynote speakers. We also had a film festival. We had 118 submissions from 35 countries. Film is another great way to get your message out there, talk about your restoration of your community. The film festival did have 8 films for one evening. We had 4 categories. You can see a student and ecological professionals. We had filmmakers, both a short and feature length film, and another category just dedicated to Indigenous perspectives. And there was prize money for each, and we did our best to get most of the filmmakers here, but that was a little bit of a challenge last minute. Just to touch briefly on the field trips, we got a lot of delegates got to go spend days out on Colorado, you know, to go see the work, see the practitioners, talk to them, you know, walk the land and relate to it a little bit more. You know, we had urban restoration. You can actually see in the upper left photo there, they rented e-bikes and zipped around Denver to see all the urban projects here right in Denver. We had forest fire recovery. We had a 3-day mine reclamation tour up between Steamboat and Craig, the Yampa Valley there. A lot of the coal mines just hosted us for a good reclamation tour. It was another 3-day tour of the San Luis Valley, you know, to see all the complexities and the work in progress being done in the valley. Another important one we had was the cultural connections of bison herds. Denver Mountain Parks and Denver Zoo have a couple bison herds in the area here. And they had a day-long field trip about the importance of bison to the ecology, but also to the cultural and how they work with the Native Americans and really work reestablishing those bison herd populations. And then, of course, we had a bunch of stream restoration projects, alpine restoration, and prairie restoration. And one thing that I didn't put on the list here, we had 2 volunteer trips. So the delegates actually got to go out and do a volunteer project and plant some plants, put in erosion control, and again, really get their hands dirty in Colorado, practice, see how we do things, you know, and engage and make a lot of friends. We had 8 training courses. These were just opportunities for people, again, just to meet each other and learn a little bit more, but there was just no field component to these. You know, there was peatland restoration, funding opportunities. You can see some of the pictures there. They had a botany class, pulled out the microscopes, and learned about Colorado botany. And I found this one interesting, mangrove restoration policy, you know, like, but that's all stuff that we need to talk about. It's maybe not in our community here, but other communities definitely need to have those conversations. And I can go on and on. We had a lot of side activities. We had 9 subcommittees for just the local interaction of what this conference was going to look like out there in the community. And a bunch of the things we came up with was we had a lot of student and emerging professional networking opportunities. You know, people come to conferences to learn the technical stuff. Everybody wants to get some of that. But when we find out that when people leave a conference, it's all about who they met, who they talked to, what did they learn from somebody else? They might have heard a good abstract presentation, but that's not always, that's what brings people to the conference, but it's not always what they take away from a conference. So we worked a lot on networking, you know. We tried to get student and emerging professionals together with people who are senior in their career to talk about paths forward. We had a local chapters luncheon. So all the chapters that were able to attend the conference, we put a little time aside for those luncheons so you can interact with different chapters. The UN showed up. They have their decade on ecological restoration. They gave updates and tried to make a lot of pull people together about their large scale projects. When I say large scale, I mean like several states big kind of projects. And the other 2 things that was really popular that we experimented with this year at this conference was we had sharing circles and jam sessions. And again, it's bringing in that social aspect. It's getting people to listen to each other. It's getting people to talk, breaking down the barriers. When you might have 2 people sitting next to each other that have so much in common, but they don't know. They need a catalyst to talk to each other. What is that catalyst? How do you make those opportunities? So we had networking, we had these other things, but other people wanted a musical jam session. So I brought a few guitars, put them in the middle of the room, and you can see in the bottom right there, you know, a lot of people just showed up to sing. They sung some of their cultural songs. They sang songs of just having fun. A lot of barriers just to break down. The sharing circles, and that's the upper right photo. That's an indigenous kind of practice. You know, just we had a talking stick passed around in a circle, just give everybody a chance to say their piece, talk. It was not organized. You know, we kind of had a subject, so people just kind of funnel in a direction, but we just let the conversation go. And a lot of positive response. People just, again, broke down barriers, meet people they did not expect to meet. And lastly, the next conference is in Lisbon, Portugal. And I took this on as a bit of a responsibility. You know, it was my job to kind of carry the baton from the last project or the last conference that was in Australia, and carry that spirit, that energy, the collaboration and the friendships that were made in Australia to Denver, and then to nurture them more and to pass that baton on to Portugal. And we did. There's a little stick made by an indigenous folks of Australia, and it was presented to me. I carried it here, and at the end of our conference, I passed it on to Lisbon, Portugal, as a good token of how do we launch you? Where ecological restoration is a global effort. We all have to work on it. Our ecologies are all intertwined with each other. You know, we see zebra mussels from another country come over on a boat, and we're dealing with it. You know what I mean? We're interactive. And we also have to do that in our solutions. We have to be very helping each other. And I took that as a responsibility, helping the Lisbon. The people who are on the Lisbon chapter, I introduced them around, introduced them to key sponsors, key people you need to talk to, who was most influential in the Denver, who you need to talk to, and how to promote them. We gave them a bunch of time to promote their conference at our conference. It's very much a community that we just have to support each other. And part of our legacy in here in Denver, not just the great time that when the camaraderie that we showed to the world of Denver, but also how we promoted and moved on to everybody else who's down the line from us. And with that, thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
How many, does Colorado have different chapters of the SCR here, or is it just one?
Just one here in Colorado, Wyoming. There's another chapter in the Great Basin chapter, kind of Utah, Nevada. You know, there's a Great Lakes chapter. There's a Southwest Colorado chapter, California chapter. Yep, there's about 6. I think there's 9 chapters in North America, Canada, and the United States altogether.
And do they have monthly or quarterly meetings then, or?
We right now in Rocky Mountain chapter, we have monthly meetings, you know, just pulling everybody together. We do a lot of outreach. You know, we have these things we like to call pub talks. So we just find a local pub, find a speaker who with an issue pertinent to that community, you know, and trying to do our best to bring people together. That's, like I say, a lot of our mission is to bring people together, you know, on a local scale, on a global scale. And I've had the privilege of being this chair to make so many international acquaintances, you know, and now colleagues from all over. And it's so much fun to talk to somebody and go, did you talk to them? Did you? And how do we? So it's been a wonderful experience.
When did it first get started?
SCR, they've been around about 20 years. And they were out of Washington, D.C., but that got kind of expensive. The executive director now lives in Montana, but their staff is pretty dispersed all over the country, actually all over the world. They're truly international. Their staff is everywhere. They got about 8 staff members who do this full time, work on this conference and other little promotional things. They work closely with a lot of partnerships with the United Nations and their global initiatives. You know, a lot of they're trying to start a new chapter in India this year, because India wants to host the conference in 4 years from now. You know, but it keeps. We try and get a meeting somewhere every 2 years, a meeting somewhere to highlight the work being done in that area. So it's not always one spot.
Nice.
I'm assuming it includes universities.
Oh, yes. Yep, a lot of universities. We got a tight connection with CSU here, you know, a bunch of staff. So I work with them a lot. In fact, my professor from my degree is kind of, he and I are swapping back and forth, being president and past president, vice president. But yeah, so a lot of universities are involved. Yep, there's another, starting to talk to a fellow at universities that works with the School of Mines out of, not this School of Mines, but it's at George Agricola University out of Germany, who's got it's another engineering university, a mining engineering, and they do a lot of work on like district-wide reclamation, coal mine reclamation, but when I say district, we're talking like something the size of like Delaware, and it's pretty amazing to watch the work that they do in their whole post-mining reclamation process, trying to build back up economic viability to that community, deal with the water that the mines, challenges at the mine, but also reusing those buildings as like historical things or repurposing, really trying to bring that community around a new purpose instead of mining. So again, it's that all-encompassing idea of ecology, humans, economic viability, and how do we bring the place alive again?
Great presentation. Oh, go ahead.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
who knew? That was really interesting. All right, well, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
No public comment today that we haven't already heard from, I assume. And we can wait till next month to do executive session. So,
Not present.
all right, well, thank you very much, and we'll call this meeting adjourned for today.